Speed, skills, accuracy, brilliance. The 2026 WSCC features some of the best, fastest, and most exciting chess you'll see all year. 16 of the world's top women chess players are pitted against each other in a no-holds-barred, single-elimination bracket. World Championships, Speed Chess Championships, it doesn't matter. Zhu Wenjun and Ho Yifan are the pinnacle of the sport. Kostenyuk, Lagno, and Muzichuk are speed demons, racking up world championships in blitz and rapid tournaments all over the world.
Whoa!
While Bibisara, Vaishali, and Divya bring the heat every time they're over a chessboard. Can they finally dethrone the reigning queen? But don't sleep. Don't blink at the young guns in this field either. Lee, Adwell, and Kamdamova are on the precipice of greatness. The 8th WSCC. The chess will be astounding. You don't want to miss this.
Hello and welcome to the Women's Speed Chess Championships, and it's the last semi-finals today. We are inching ever forward towards the grand final. Well, we started with 32. By the end of the day, we are just going to have 2 players remaining. It's going to be epic. I'm your host, International Master Yifan, and I'm here with the ever knowledgeable Arturs Nikshans. Arturs, great to have you here at the rather early time of 3 a.m.
Hey, Yomi, of course, it's great to see you. And of course, and everybody else who has tuned in. Yes, for us Europeans, it's awfully early morning here. Also in Riga, you're in Bergen, but still, we have an exciting day ahead of us, and everybody else who is watching it, I suppose, good evening, America, good morning, Europeans and Asians. So it's going to be an amazing day.
Absolutely. It's going to be amazing because we have a big match-up in store. It's the last semi-final between Bibisara Asabaeva and, well, legend of women's chess, Ho Yifan. And as I mentioned, we began with 32 players. That feels like a long while ago. It was a long time ago, but now we have moved on to the semi-finals. So let's take a look at the format. In the semi-finals, it's a longer time for the players. We have 75 minutes. That's 1 hour and 15 minutes of 5+1, followed by just under an hour of 3+1 and 25 minutes of bullets. And you know the rules, Arturs. If you lose, you go home. You don't move on. So a lot at stake.
Yeah. So we're in for some several hours of exciting blitz games. And here you see this is the bracket. Already we have one finalist. Leslie is in the finals, awaiting the winner of this semi-final. Is it going to be the legendary Ho Yifan or Bibisara Asabaeva? Really hard to predict this one. These are the results of the previous stages, and most of the matchups in the later stages, they were really close, except of maybe Alice Lee's sensational victory over the reigning world champion.
Yeah, exactly. Alice Lee defeating Zhu Wenjun, also defending WSCC champion. And we gotta say, fantastic performance from her. She did it in rather convincing fashion. Ho Yifan, well, she has had quite the ride getting into there. It got close against Anna Muzichuk. Well, she did depend on her bullet skills there, but now there is a new test. That is Bibisara Asabaeva, who is a 3-time Women's World Blitz champion. Bibisara knocking out Divya Deshmukh. That one went all the way to tie breaks. But as our players are getting ready, well, I can feel the nerves begin because a lot on the line. If Bibisara makes it through to the final, we are going to have a new WSCC champion, someone who's never won before. And that's pretty exciting. Ho Yifan has won the WSCC twice. She's also a 4-time Women's World Champion to boot. Gotta rate those priorities. But there we see our players in action as Yifan. She is playing from, I think, Beijing, whereas Bibisara Salbeva, maybe she's in St. Louis as she gets ready to play in a classical tournament in the Cairns Cup that's coming up in a few days.
And there's like so many time zones between them because for Asabayeva it's pretty late evening, I suppose. You can also see there's the lights outside of the window. And for Ho, yeah, it's awful early morning in Beijing. She's a bit better situation than we are, Yovi. Like I imagine in Beijing, I should have checked the time zone. I think it's something like 7 a.m. or something like that. So for one of them, it's quite early. For the other player, it's a bit late. So I suppose they're in a bit even situation here.
Yeah, I suppose that as well. And both of the players, they do have a calendar coming up. And Ho Yifan, she is a professor as well at the Beijing University. I wonder whether after playing this WSCC match, she'll be on her way to teach the students. Maybe that will be happening. I would love to hear about her preparation. We'll, of course, catch an interview with a winner, but that's in the future. That's several hours down the line because we have lift off E4 there from Ho Yifan. Bibisara responds with C5. I've noticed something about Bibisara as white. She tends to play quite solid. As black, she's going all in.
Yeah, so immediately we have some sharp Sicilian and the sideline with queen takes on d4. Typically, this is not how you play it because one of the most common continuations for white is to take on d4 with the knight, go for some classical setups. But this, I think it was the Chekover variation. This is getting quite trendy lately, and white is just getting for a bit an offbeat continuation. Bishop g5, there's many sidelines. I don't think we're going to have the time to analyze all of them, but just let's go through the motions. And here, white at least is having some sort of a pressure against the pawn on d6.
Yes, pressure against d6. It is well protected by this bishop on e7, so we could be seeing bishop takes f6 there on the horizon. But I'm also checking out their opening database, a6, challenging that bishop, asking those questions. And Yifan, look at that. She's not pausing for thought as she just lobs in a knight to the center. Knight takes c6 in the air. So main moves is rook c8, queen c7, or even bishop to d7. Just say no trade for you, but there is a trade perhaps happening with rook to c8. And it's great fun looking at the opening database because it's telling me that f4, king b1, rook h1, these are moves that have all been played.
And the Chinese grandmaster seems to be really well prepared here. So she has a bit opening advantage and also advantage on the clock, which I think it's quite important here. But typically, the good thing about Sicilians, Yovi, is that when you position your kings on the other side of the board, as you can see, white has castled the queen side, black is about to tuck the king away at the king side. This usually means some fireworks, and the best part for this part of opening is that there's usually going to be some sort of a race situation. So white's going to be charging forward at the king side with a lot of pawns, f4, g4, h4, try to go to checkmate. And of course, black is going to try to respond the same at the queen side.
Exactly. And you're right. Timing is everything here. So the big question for black, and this is why Bibisara is hesitating, is whether to go kingside with the king. She decided no, she's not going to be doing that for the time being, delaying that. Rook he1. And, well, it's an interesting question now. Now that rook has centralized, there's a big threat of e5 as you've highlighting, but maybe now is the time to castle kingside. And that's exactly what she's done. It's a question of aggression, timing, initiative. You've got to find the points where you're going to attack. And Ho Yifan, she's zoning in on the g7 point, maybe also threatening ideas of e5, just again, explode things in the center.
Yeah, but this looks a bit unpleasant for Bibisara because, again, Hu is playing very quickly, and this probably suggests she's still within the book. And also, of course, we have the evaluation bar that says that white is better. And the one thing I really like about this last maneuver, queen g3, because suddenly queen h4 might be an issue, targeting the bishop on e7. This is why black played rook e8. And at the moment, of course, we have the entire game still ahead of us. It does feel that white at the moment is a bit faster with the threats.
Yes. And I like this whole idea of going queen to h4 as well. And another idea that doesn't quite work, but maybe could be seen one time in the future. I was thinking at knight to d5 ideas. With ideas
Ooh.
of just after pawn takes on knight can come into f5. It doesn't work because, of course, black is lining up against c2, but it's there. It's something to be aware of. But as we're mentioning, okay, queen h4 is a possibility. And, well, now Yifan, she is thinking, how can she continue? King to b1 would be a nice safety move, just to get the king into safety before you
Yeah.
start launching any pawns forward.
Yeah, I think King B1 is definitely a very reasonable move here. It does on the other hand feel maybe a bit slow, and Black is also gonna throw the pawns at you. Rook E3 instead, played by Yifan here. I suppose she's
Yes.
building up some sort of a pressure with Queen H4, potentially Rook H3, eyeballing for the pawn on H7, and I think that most likely Bibisara has to organize something very quickly at the queen side. Otherwise, this starts to look really dangerous. So my money, Yobi, would be on b5, and yeah, b5 is on the board.
Yeah, and interesting because she's going for your plan. Queen h4, rook h3, go for the kill immediately. And a3, very nice idea, just to slow black down. And also another way that I was thinking is to go rook d2 as well, cover the c2 point so that that is not a weakness in the future. But either way, it is brewing, right? Queen h4. Is Yifan going to be consistent and continue zoning in on the weak point of h7? And one of the great things, though, is that black can't really kick away the bishop with an h6 when a queen does land on h4, because you can just literally stand there and say, no, not moving. And the bishop will actually sacrifice itself to open lines. So super interesting.
Yeah, I mean, according at least to the engine, Queen H4 is not the best move for some reason, because I have it on. I could switch it off, of course, but E5 is the strongest continuation by far, and the Chinese grandmaster does find it. I suppose it's something all about exploiting the weakened dark squares. F takes on E5, the knight on F6 is about to be pushed away, and white will still double most likely the heavy pieces at the G file, get to the pawn on G7, and right now Black has a bit of a question to answer. How do you continue? 95, I do see there might be a trade, and bishop F6 even. Oh, this is getting really, really dangerous for Black.
Yeah, and actually, looking at it, I'm thinking if the knight steps back to d7, which was my instinct. After all, we're taught when a knight arrives to f8, you don't get mate. But there are instances like stuff is happening. That knight is loose there on d7, as you're pointing out. There are tactics with bishop takes bishop and queen h4. I mean, there's all kind of problems. And if you're forced to go knight to d5, well, then suddenly a potential defender, and knights are fantastic protectors of the king, is going to get removed from the board.
Yeah, and that's why apparently there's no really good alternatives for Black to consider. 97 is supposedly the lesser of the evil. And also, what I don't like about 95, I think that Black is thinking about his own idea to play b4, queen b4, and potentially even sack the exchange on c3. So if you trade the knights with 95, now it feels that Black's counterattack with b4, it's somehow going to come in a bit slower. So for Asabayeva, this is a really dangerous territory here, and who you find is off to presumably a great start here.
Yeah, and it's just been pure preparation. This has been an opening serve that has really worked a treat. So this may be something that we're going to be seeing more from her. This is perhaps her strategy as the knight does pop into the middle of the board. And here the question is, how is she going to continue bishop to f6? It's not the only tempting move. You can throw in like knight to f5 as well. But bishop f6, why not? Zone in g7.
Yeah, apparently it's the only move that keeps white a large advantage. Bishop h6 is not as effective because black plays bishop f8, and I actually wonder what happens after bishop f6 and bishop f8, Yovi. Are we going to see some potential sacrifices here? Because you see this rook on e3 is perfectly aligned to go for some immediate attack, and bishop f6 is happening. Some sort of a queen g4, rook g3, but no, there's a trade. Oh, but it's call on g7. This looks almost like a checkmate to me.
Yeah, it's almost like a checkmate. So a queen has to either rock up on f8 for black, or you're going to be seeing king h8, rook g8. But that is really not great because of the rook on e3. So queen to c5. The queen is planning to meet queen h6 with queen f8. But you can throw in rook h3 just for fun. And then I'm looking at queen to g5 ideas, and a sacrifice happening on h5. So I didn't even think it's a sacrifice. No, hang on a second. There's a trick. There's a trick here that I have fallen into. Hook, line, and sinkers. If you go queen to g5 at any point, there's going to be bishop to a2. So don't do as I do at 3 a.m.
Oh.
Tactically aware.
Yeah, so maybe I'm gonna draw the arrows. Yeah, so queen g5 would align the queen. There's bishop a2 discovered check. The black queen would be attacking it. g4 is the strongest move, and I think it does make sense. It slows down black's idea to play h5, and black is desperate here. I mean, you gotta do some counterplay. e5, the knight is attacked. Queen c2 is incoming here. Now, where is the killing continuation? Rook h3, I suppose you play h5. Not so easy for how Yifan to play here. She plays this h5, and apparently rook c3 already is the only move. Somehow white is faster, but it suddenly gets a bit chaotic.
Yes, rook c3 perhaps was a really important attacking idea before. And now is Yifan going to go all in? She can take the pawn on h5. She can also trade off rooks, and that's exactly what she's doing. Make the trade, and knight f5, blue arrow. Ooh!
Knight f5, that's a juicy move. You could not take it because knight g5 check, knight e7 check, g takes on h5. Yovi, this looks like a mate. Wait the second, g5, g5, queen g5. The black rook on c8 is also under attack. So I think that white is going to win this. 8 seconds for both players.
Yeah, both players are under 10 seconds to play. The position has been so interesting that we forgot to mention the clock, and we're seeing the queen and knight, they are going to combine, and the rook falls off on c8. And, well, can the players just hold their nerve? Queen to d1 is what Bibisara is hoping for. Maybe she's wriggling out of trouble.
That was not a good idea, and suddenly Bibisara is finding the only moves here to survive. Queen c4 check just missed apparently a draw, but there was a one-shot moment, and she loses the time. Who Yifan wins?
Yeah. Yifan starts off with a victory. Well, that was not without its adventure, I gotta say, but Yifan there with a fantastic opening. Bibisara on the rocks from the get-go. Bibisara now with the white pieces. How is she gonna combat this? She goes for her usual very solid opening with the white pieces, where she goes knight f3. Now it's transposed into a d4 setup, and Yifan, she's a Queen's Indian player at heart, and she is sticking to her tried and tested formula.
Yeah, the Queen's Indian defense has been for many years one of the most solid choices for black. Look at this. It feels sometimes like a hippo here. Pawn on b6, pawn on e6. The bishops are getting out on e7, but don't let you fool. It's a very, very solid system. I also have played it myself for many, many years from the black's perspective. White is presumably always slightly better, but it's really, really hard to get any opening advantage. And this bishop b4 check, this is more like a modern touch.
Yeah, and you could have defended that bishop with the a pawn, or you could also head back with the bishop to e7. But c5, I've got to say, is the most combative try for black. And castles and there were ideas of doing a3. Yes, I did investigate this at one point in my chess career.
Ah, yeah, this does look like the Bogo Indian. Yeah, I think it is technically Bogo Indian. A takes on b4, knight takes on b4. I don't think this was the most precise plan. Anyway, let's move ahead. So black has anchored the knight on d4, and I think that typically black wants to play either d5, take on c4, and create a pawn majority at the queen side, or potentially one of the bogo ideas is to play d6 and e5. But perhaps not here. Queen b3. I suppose here black wants to play knights. White wants to play knight c2, get rid of this knight on b4, and somehow apply pressure against the pawn on b6.
Yes, and maybe this is why black actually needs to go d5 like ASAP, because otherwise the knight c2 idea looks, I'm not going to say amazing for white, but it's going to be pleasant at least, because of the target there on b6. So d5 played from her Yifan, and now how is Bibisara going to be handling this? Is she going to just bring a rook to the center, rook c1, rook fc1, rook after d1, support d4?
Rook d1 is on the board, but to be honest, Yovi, I'm looking at this position. I'm really liking black because now suddenly the engine already marks knight e5 as the only move for white. This bishop on d5 applies quite a bit of unpleasant pressure. b5 was a threat, which I don't think you can do it immediately after b5. There's a very important intermezzo move, and white saves the piece.
Yes, and it was a really classy find there from Bibisara, because a lot of us would be like, "Ooh, there's a pin in town, let's dodge," and you couldn't really do that very effectively. So knight fe5, definitely nice move. Bishop takes, bishop in the air. But I say, despite all of the shenanigans going on, I still think that white has a relatively okay position. Still, I would say touch better, just on account of the fact that this pawn on b6, it could eventually be a weakness. So I'm thinking at the end of all of the exchanges, we might be seeing knight to d3. Okay, b5 being played. The knight now has to get out of hot water there on c4, has to move over. Yeah, I hadn't seen knight takes a5, but knight to a3. Knights on the edge, they don't like living there.
Me neither, to be honest, Joey. I was just following the engine's recommendation. That was the top line which it spewed out. The point was to take on a5 and play e4. But for a blitz game, I think it was a pretty difficult find. Knight a3 was a human response, attacking the pawn on b5. And now it does feel that the Chinese grandmaster has the upper hand, because suddenly she has wonderfully placed knights. The knight on b4 feels like a beast. f6 gets rid of the white's most active piece. And I suppose queen b6 might be following. A counterattack with e4 and a4. That's a blunder, Yovi.
a4, blunder. Wait, where do you put the queen? You have to put her on f3. No, you can't put her on f3. Pawn takes knight is going to come at tempo. Okay, well then white is busted. If you cannot find a good home for the queen, then white is just in a whole lot of trouble. I mean, I guess maybe you could try to survive with queen f3, queen to g4, and I'm not believing that one either.
Yes, me neither. I mean, the piece is a piece after all, but I mean, you got to do something, because you don't want to resign, or maybe do you resign? Because I mean, when it comes to the speeches championship, using the time as your advantage is definitely one of the big elements, and sometimes players can be stalling if they keep a sizable lead. So knight c6 found by Asabayev, I suppose. Knight x on c6, at least you get one pawn for the missing piece. But last time I checked, Yovi, it's not enough.
No, last time I checked as well, pawn is worth 1 point, and knight is worth 3. And you got to also judge whether the pawns are fighting units or whatever, and they're nothing of the sort. So yeah, okay, it's a nice try at least to stay alive in the game for Bibisara, as there we are seeing she's going to go down a piece. And now she has to hold on to the pawn on d4 as well. So she's perhaps going to be playing queen c4, I thought, but okay, d5, why not? Go for broke.
Yeah, I mean, you got to do something. When you're in a bad position, why don't you try to go for some counterattack? This is what she does. But to be honest, it feels like Yifan is off to a dream start. Like, this is definitely a very weighted matchup between the two players. Who is a chess legend, and Bibisara, one of the strongest right now emerging stars in the world. Also for the Chinese grandmaster, very important typical match. But all right, d6. Where do you put the knight? I suppose both moves are good. Knight g6 feels a bit passive though, but at least he doesn't blunder a piece after some knight f5 f4. Do you want to calculate that?
Yeah, I don't want to calculate that, so I would be going knight to g6. Just, keep everything protected. I don't care if it's passive in the end, a knight is still a knight. And this is the choice that Hou Yifan goes for as well. And I've got ideas of queen to d5, rook to f6 will be a block, and then you start controlling the square in front of the d6 pawn. So
Yeah.
the problem is actually for white is that the knight on a3 is out of the game, and that's just being a little bit pedantic because white is a piece down. Let's of course not forget the obvious as knight comes to c4, and Bibisara, she's counting on the strength of the d pawn to at least confuse matters.
But I think she's doing pretty good job so far because this knight g6, it does shut out the black knight a bit away from the game. White just played knight c4, so Bibisara is clearly eyeing for the pawn on a4. And if you win the pawn on a4, well, it's not so simple anymore because then white has 2 pawns for the piece. And look at that. I mean, Yifan is down to the last minute. She's not entirely sure how to immediately win this. There's queen d5 check, rook takes on a4, but first and foremost, I think Bibisara does not want to allow black to simplify the position. Meaning, if you take on a4, you play queen d5, you don't want to play knight b6, trade these knights, because then suddenly black's position becomes easier to play.
Yes, and the king on g1 becomes exposed to the elements as well. But the problem is that you can't really defend against knight to b6. That is going to be happening one way or another. King to h8, and okay, now it can start to go there. But okay, it's not going to have such big effect when the queen, such as when the queen was on d5, but it's there. And I wonder whether it will get played. Rook to b4, beautiful as well.
That's a great move, pinning the knight here, and of course it's understandable that Asabayev decided to keep the knights on the board, otherwise it's just not enough, and she's trying to complicate the game as much as she can. But how do you now unpin queen c3, queen b8? Black is about to put the other rook on c8. I suppose at some point you also want to make a window for the king, something like h6, which is a good habit. Make sure you don't blunder some back crank mate. The question is, do you play rook c8 now? Yes, she does it. It seems to be that white is essentially running out of tricks here.
Yeah, and well, here comes the knight on g6, which was not being so useful. And here it comes, knight to e6, maybe knight to c5. And the problem is that white has maximized her position. And now knight to e3, maybe inviting a rook trade. I would say yes, please. And that's exactly what Hou Yifan does as the b pawn falls off. And now it's not just an extra knight, it's also a runaway a pawn that Bibisara has to contend with. Question is,
Yeah.
does she just abandon this game and just go, you know what, it hasn't been the best of starts, let's just move on and forget? She does go for that as Hou Yifan strikes again, her second victory. And Bibisara, well, she now has to recover with the black pieces. Will we see Hou Yifan do exactly the same as she did before, some kind of d4s and then capture with queen?
And look at this. It's an interesting change of the repertoire because suddenly she switched to the Sicilian Rasalimo, d4, c takes, knight takes on d4. And it seems that Yifan is, which is not a big surprise, really well prepared for these offbeat Sicilians. I don't immediately recognize these lines where you play open Sicilian with d4, not e4, but the Latsko bishop already is on b5. And now we have some sort of a Sicilian dragon on the board where white is putting it back on e2. I think typically Yovi, the bishop, stands here on c4. And again, it just means action because white most likely is going to castle the long side. Black typically doesn't have a choice, goes for short side. And there's some h4, h5, and let's go.
Yeah, and in return, black is also going to have the fun on the queen side as well. Got ideas of rook c8, and I'm thinking knight a5, knight c4, and let's move forward with the pieces. So it is going to be a huge battle between these two because white has a very natural plan, I'm going to say, h4, h5, crack open the h line, and then bishop h6, and we all know the formula as advocated by Bobby Fischer. The rook c8 for black, it is a little bit tougher, I'm going to say, to find a way to crunch through.
Yeah, that's the advantage of being white. You always get this one extra tempo, and then you're always a bit faster. And that's why the Sicilian Dragon at the highest level is considered to be a bit risky continuation. Here comes King B1, Yovi. We talked about this during the game one. It does feel a good idea to remove the king from the semi-open C file, just in case you don't miss there anything. And typically, I think also against the Sicilian Dragon, one of the common ideas for white to ignite action at the king side is some sort of a g4 and h5. It might involve a pawn sacrifice, but you can definitely feel that Yifan is preparing this, because bishop g5, that's a really classy move there. I think that white wants to play something like knight e5, apply pressure against the pawn on e7, and g4, Yovi, it's got to make a difference at some point.
Yeah, and I love the plan of just plonking in a knight to d5. You can't do it just yet, so that's why she goes knight retreating back to e2 just to cover c3. But yeah, you're right, g4, it is coming, and it might even appear right now. I wonder whether you can set it up in a kind of atypical way with bishop takes knight. Okay, e5. Oh, of course, strike in the center.
Wow, I think that was missed. This move, knight e2, she also fooled me, Yovi, because I thought that knight e2 is somehow going for this knight e5 move, but the other idea also was, of course, to open up the d file to play e5, and here you see black cannot take on e5. There's going to be bishop takes on f6, queen takes on d7. Black simply drops the bishop. It is one of the common tricks here for white, and suddenly it's very difficult to handle the center. Knight h7 already is necessary. White wins a pawn, but hang on. Black is getting two monstrous bishops there.
Yeah, but maybe after pawn takes pawn, there's a queen takes bishop in the air as well. So still, I gotta say, the bishop on g7 is going to be a fantastic piece at the end of the day. But some thinking going on as we see how Yifan, she considers whether to go pawn takes pawn, queen takes bishop, or pawn takes knight. Okay, queen takes bishop made a lot of sense. Two raking bishops is something that no one wants to deal with. So knight anchors itself onto e6. So Bibisara is a pawn down, but she has very active pieces in compensation. So her plan is to go doubling on the c line with a rook and just start to mobilize with b4. Yeah, and
Whoa.
knight goes into the
94.
center. Why is this such a bad move?
I'm not even sure it's a bad move. I think the alternative was simply better. Knight e5 was a better move to try to limit this rook's availability to get to c8. And I do feel, Yovi, if black will be able to trade off one of these knights, then the bishop in the long term should be better than the white knight. There you see the knight trade just happened. As you also pointed out, black wants to play something like rook fc8, apply some pressure against the pawn on c2, play b4. So for white, like, you need to do something really quick. This knight on e2 doesn't really impress me. Do you get it back to e4? You try to be safe with knight c1? No, doubling the rooks it is.
Yes, and her idea is if there is a doubling on the c line, she's going to trade off a set of rooks and then just neutralize the pressure that way. And the problem is the knight on e2 just doesn't have a good home. So at one point, what white is dreaming about is just posting a knight up to d4 and a pawn on c3 and just sitting there in the middle of the board. But okay, that's why Bibisara is super quick. Rook attacks the pawn on h4 and g3. Well, makes a whole lot of sense. You want to look after the little guys.
Yeah, so a pawn is a pawn after all. This is why I went all of this trouble before. And also very key idea here for black, Yovi, is that if black plays rook e8, I thought it's a very annoying plan to hit the knight on e2 and also potentially anchor the rook on e3. There's rook d8. White can trade off this rook. I think it's simply necessary. Immediately, of course, rook d8 happened, and white just needs to slowly get out the king, maybe c3, king c2. First, of course, there's going to be the rook trade. But again, do not underestimate this rook e8, rook c3. So that's why, first and foremost, before Yifan is going to think about it, she needs to find a way to address this problem.
Yes, and the infiltration from the rook is really, really annoying. The last thing you want to be doing is going on the passive. And you talking about concrete solutions, I gotta say, I'm not finding any other than I was thinking c3, but that doesn't really solve the problem because the rook is still going to post up to e8 and then come down to e3. Maybe you can go knight to c1 and argue you got to go back to go forward, and the whole point is you want to be meeting a rook e3. Okay, knight to f4 has the same idea, but a little bit more active.
Yeah, I wonder what's the idea to get the rook to d3, as you said, or maybe also the knight on d5 could be a possibility because it takes away the e3 square. One thing I think it's quite clear that white will have to include some sort of a c3 move here to make a window for the king. And perhaps that's the reason why Bibisara is thinking about, no, I thought b4. Instead, she plays bishop e5. Look at this quick reflexes, Yovi. Knight e5 trev with the fork. You cannot take the pawn on g3. The speed is incredible.
The speed is incredible, but also I gotta say, look at the improvement Yifan has made to the position. You know, the knight wasn't well placed on e2, is now sitting very comfortably on d5. c3 is gonna be making an appearance, and the white king is gonna be mobilized. And black has not been allowed to infiltrate. The e3 square has been taken away. You can do a check, but rook to d2 is going to be a beautiful block. And these things are happening right here, right now. And this bishop on d6 is really not a stable piece.
Yeah, and how do you generate some counterplay? First, as you said, the bishop could be under attack. You need to watch out for some counterattack. Watch out for rook g1 here. Rook g1, rook g2. This rook will be really difficult to get rid of. There comes the counterplay. Bishop c5, bishop f2. And just like that, in 2 moves, white's advantage is gone.
Wow. And it happened so quickly. And somehow it was done by stealth bomb from Bibisara. Bishop c5 to bishop to f2. And suddenly the king side is in big trouble. So you have to cover that, right? So you have to go, if you go rook f3, though, rook to g2 is going to be the response. And the bishop is still going to be posting up on f2. And yeah, this is not an easy block as we see f5, and suddenly the tables could be turning.
Yeah, suddenly white makes a mistake in a very difficult situation. And I think that this is also the moment when Bibisara can spend some time because she has played it very quickly. 2 minutes versus white's 28 seconds. Engine marks bishop f2 as the only move. It looks a bit scary though, because white might play f6 and suddenly you're a bit worried about the pawn on f7. There's also an alternative bishop d6 to consider, which doesn't really deal with f6. But again, the speed, the way she played bishop f2, Yoey, it really impresses me. She's trying to press on the clock really hard.
Yeah, and I just also, by both players, I'm very impressed by how they've both been able to coordinate, maneuver their pieces. Bibisara there with bishop c5, bishop to f2 came out of nowhere, and now Yifan, she's in trouble, but maybe she can find a way to keep the game alive. She's got less than 20 seconds on the clock. She drops the knight back, got ideas of going rook to d7, rook to d6, and get the counterplay by targeting the pawns on the queen side and giving checks, of course.
Yeah, now white has a difficult task ahead of her because it's only 15 seconds. Bishop takes on g3. Super precise play by the Kazakhstani player. Oh, I thought that was a blunder. No, it was not a blunder. It was a calculated trade. And white is about to lose the pawn on h4. Rook h3 is played. Apparently there was a miss by black, and I think it was not rook e4. The rook was supposed to attack it the other way. She could have spent a bit more time there, Yovi. 1 minute left for black, but of course, black is still pressing here.
Yeah, black is still pressing, but white is not without its counterplay. As you're seeing, the c-pawn is about to get marching. And this is going to save the game for Yifan. But she just got 11 seconds left. So can she hold her nerve? Can she keep up the precision? And what a incredible rook and pawn endgame that, ironically enough, you needed to put the rook on h1 and allow the white rook to defend from the side. And now it's a big race. C-pawn versus h-pawn. You know what? I'm going to say white is slightly better just because the white king is a little bit more mobile. And if there's a big trade-off, the white king is primed towards the action.
Here, this is a very big moment. Rook b3, rook a3. So Bibisara decided to take those 2 pawns, but now the white pawn on c6 is just like that, so much far more advanced. c7, king d7. I can't calculate this on seconds. I mean, if white's gonna make it, h4, king g4, h3, king g3, king g2, white is probably gonna promote the c pawn. Wow, rook b1, rook a1. So here the Chinese grandmaster is not even promoting the pawn. She's going after black's pawns.
Yeah, and look at this. She's got a big threat in the air. If rook takes a5 and then you go rook c5, you block the rook's defense of the c pawn. This is her big plan. And Bibisara, less than 10 seconds to handle this. She drives in with a check. And maybe the players are going to be repeating the position. And there we see our very first draw. An incredible game, I gotta say. I'm not sure who's going to be feeling more relieved there.
That's a very good question, because at some point, Yovi, it did feel it felt that Yifan might run away with 3-0. And then at some point, I think she was very close to lose this, but ultimately, draw probably was a deserved result. And anyway, the next game is already starting. We have again some sort of a Queen's Indian. No, not anymore. No, this is, I don't know what this is, Yovid. Is this Reti, Queen's Indian? What is this?
Yeah, what is this? I agree. I like this statement. It's some kind of opening. Now it feels like an English with c4 being thrown in. It's one of these kind of hyper modern openings where you just allow black to take the center, and black is almost the one playing, like a queen's gambit, but with that tempo less. And now we're seeing e3. White is just basically controlling the advance of the d pawn. And we have a kind of situation where black is going to go knight c6 and queen goes to e2.
Yeah, but these positions, according to an engine, as you can see, dear viewers, they seem to be not a big deal. But white has a bit some tricks up to his sleeve, like knight c3, maybe think about rook d1, at the right moment take on d5, play d4. The structure can change very quickly. But one thing stands out immediately, at least from the first 4 games, Yovi, is that the Chinese grandmaster seems to be really well prepared, because most of the openings, if not all of the games so far, she has had a wonderful position, like with white dominant opening advantage, with black immediately solving all of the opening problems here. Here, knight e5, e takes on d5, both the moves are good, but so far I'm very impressed the way she is prepared.
Yeah, I'm very impressed as well. And Yifan just keeps on showing her class. She doesn't play a lot of classical chess, but she's certainly there playing a lot of rapid, blitz. It's like this is the format that she enjoys. For Bibisara, she is showing that she is a resilient player, and she's found herself in trouble. She almost turned things around in the first game. She almost got that one to a draw before losing on time. So you can't write her off just yet. And one of the things that we've borrowed from the World Cup is this concept of a hydration break. So this is going to be the last game before the so-called break, and the players have some time to, fuel up, stock up on the water. It's pretty warm out there, and they get some rest before they can go back to the second half of the 5+1. And here there's been mass trade in the center, and it's a question of timing. I mean, we've been saying this throughout the match, and here it really is. So white has to use that time in order to mobilize the pieces. And Artis is pointing at queen to g4. Why not threaten checkmate? Get the heart racing just a little bit.
Yeah, that's a very, very nice move there. And I'm not sure you want to play g6, but you have to, because it weakens so many dark squares, and white has this so-called free roll initiative. Most likely there's going to be a trade, and you try to somehow dominate those dark squares. So it looks a bit scary, but if black is not going to miss it, she should be fine. Else, I'm also thinking about some ideas, maybe h4, h5, try to expose the king. So white does have this tiny bit of pressure here. Queen of 4. Wow.
Yeah, exactly. She's going for it. Well, actually, hang on a second.
Ooh, she's dropping the exchange and then missed it. There was bishop a6, bishop b4. White was dropping the exchange. This was missed by both players because it was so unusual.
Yeah, It was so weird. I mean, it just happened in the blink of an eye as well that the rook on f1 didn't have any squares. But, the players, they've missed that opportunity. They've been there, done that. And now we have a rook and bishop endgame on our screens. And again, it feels like, I gotta say that white has a teeny tiny edge. I'm just saying that because the bishop is anchored there on d4. And then I want to change my mind a little bit because I just noticed that if a rook c1, which is the move I really wanted to play, the bishop will post up to a3 and say, well, hang on a second, you're not controlling the c line. So we're seeing bishop coming out to e5, going for her own counterplay. And look at this. Yifan saying, you're not going to rest pretty there on that square. I'm going to drive you back. What a great move.
Yeah, this bishop e5 was both defending and attacking move at the same time, opening path for the white rook, threatening rook d7, f6. I think that Yifan doesn't want to keep this bishop around on e5 for too long. So bishop d6 is going to be king f7, takes, and at least both players immediately saw the problems of the second and the seventh rank respectively. Here you see rook c7, defense invading of the rook d7. And I think that white can respond the same, something like rook d2, rook d1. And ultimately, I think it's about a balanced endgame.
Yeah, and it is pretty balanced. But I got to say that Black's plan is a lot more straightforward, right? You just want to be doubling on the c line. The king is going to come up to f7, maybe even to e8, just to control the infiltration squares, and then post up a rook to c2. And this bishop on a1, I'm sorry, but it doesn't impress me much.
So black is a bit more equal than white. Yeah, potentially I could agree with that. Also, Yifan here has a bit better pawn structure, meaning white's pawn on h2 in the long run could maybe make a difference. Let's say this white king goes somewhere too far. You need to watch out for some rook c5, rook h5 ideas, and black could remind you that doubling your pawns can have consequences. And here, the Chinese grandmaster is going for exactly your idea, Yovi, king e8, just in case, safeguard the d7 square, and then look for the right moment to penetrate white's defenses with rook c2.
And white is anticipating everything, right? The plan that you mentioned is a king to e2, rook to c5, and swinging the rook over to the king side. So this is why Bibisara preemptively, she just starts playing h4, maybe got ideas of going h5, and it's just going to show how both players are understanding that you have to deal with the situation in an active manner. You see the rook come down to c1. Will the bishop go to d4? I don't know why. Instinctively, I just want to move it away.
Yeah, I don't know what white's going to do with this bishop on a1. Is it a b2 or d4? But h4, h5, Yobi, I'm not sure I like this move. I already didn't like the previous move by Bibisara, this move h4, which felt to be very committal. She's trying to get rid of this pawn, but hang on. I think that black can simply take it. G takes on h5, rook h1. Black always has this resource of rook c5. So I don't think that Yifan is going to let it slide, because if white will be able to take on g6, white has no weaknesses to account for. And of course, immediately g takes on h5 happens, because this creates for black not one, but two passed pawns, even though they're doubled.
Yeah, and this is the thing, ideas are good in principle, but there's sometimes concrete ideas that refute them. And yeah, rook c5, rook to d5, I agree that white is suddenly very much on the back foot, but at least the position is clearer for white, I gotta say. You're going to have pressure against the h-pawn. You can use the rook to infiltrate on the c line. I mean, that's surely a concession there. But Yifan, she can step up with the king to d7 and keep everything knitted. No. She wants more. The h-pawn is really going to be used as a decoy.
Yeah, here it's a big question for white. Do you continue with your aggression, play rook c8, rook c7, and keep the king to protect the pawn? Or you try to collect the pawn back with something like rook h1? And I really love black's last choice, h4, Yovi, because she's trying to deflect white's attention from this counterattack. Rook c8, rook c7. Does black have to repeat the position? Because here after rook c8, you can always play king f7 and keep the game going. I mean, you are the one having an extra pawn, but she's also ahead in the match.
She's ahead in the match, and she has the better of this game. And I gotta say, a win for her would mean that she races to 3.5 out of 4. And momentum is everything, but we see the players, they repeat the position. And Ho Yifan, she takes the early lead, 3 points out of 4. Well, what a start it's been for the Chinese legend.
Yeah, it's really a great start. Could have been even better because at some point it did feel she was running away, like 3-0 potentially. But Asabayeva is still within the striking distance. Only 2 points separate these two. So I have a feeling, Yovi, that the players only heating up, getting ready, and we're in for a great match here.
Yeah, I feel exactly the same. This is just the warm-up, and we have a whole lot more of chess coming your way. More 5+1, then 3+1, and then all the way to a bullet. It's going to be absolute cinema. And talking about cinema, well, something amazing is happening in not that long. Watch Magnus, Hikaru, and the world's best battle it out for a massive $1.5 million prize pool at the Esports World Cup in Paris. The action runs from August 11th to the 15th, but heads up, the grand finals are officially sold out. There are only a limited number of tickets remaining for the earlier days, and they are going fast. So type !EWC in the chat and use code CHESS15 to get 15% off the last remaining tickets. Guys, you gotta be quick if you want to be there. Everyone in the chess world is going to be there. It's going to be absolutely ace. And anyway, we're going to be back with the rest of the 5+1 right after this break.
Are you tired of losing against strangers in chess? Donating ELO rating points to somebody you don't even know? Feels a lot better losing to a friend who could actually use those rating points and then thank you later. Sync your contacts and get started playing against people you already know in real life on Chess.com today.
Well, so actually we've known each other for a very long time and started to play since both of us were at a very young age. And she definitely is one of the strongest female players I would consider from, I would say, our generation at least. Mainly because I didn't play often for at least the last few years, almost a decade, so we didn't play already for quite some years, but I definitely heard that she achieved some very good results, if not mistaken, maybe in Norway chess and also the top elite women's tournaments. And I think this is gonna be our first match in speed chess. I'm not so sure if she's playing the first time or not, but I'm sure that we face each other probably the first time. Yeah, so I'm looking forward to that. It's very hard to say. I like, for example, swimming, hiking, this kind of things, but I wouldn't even rate myself an international master. I think it would be below that. So mostly like a kind of amateur level or just enjoy. Yeah. I just like thought such a question very interesting. I think it depends if we would like to build up a strong team trying to win against. Probably I'll think more like seriously, because I think there's certain responsibility for the captain. But personally speaking, if taking out of the role of the captain, I definitely would like to try myself. Just it's a kind of unique experience to play with the alien, right? Let's say from this year, I think Sarah would be she's strong, and previously I think Katia is strong since we faced each other a lot of times. Divya last year we also had a very interesting match, and I'm already named 3, right? And previously I think I also got quite a tough match with Gunina once. Yeah, I think her ability is also quite strong. Yeah.
We're back with the second half of the 5+1, and Yifan, she has kicked off to a great start, 3 points out of 4. Big question though, can she hold on to this lead? Will she build on her momentum? Arturs, what do you think so far?
One thing I think stands out so far, Yowie, is that she is prepped really well. She plays some offbeat Sicilian, some leads with white. She's able to pose Bibisara a lot of difficult questions. So I'm not really sure what is happening during these 5 minutes when the players are getting rest. I don't think that Bibisara is making a coffee or something. She's very quickly checking what she's supposed to do against this d4, queen d4 line in the Najdorf, or the lines that also after bishop b5, this offbeat Rossalimo. So we might see some changes in the repertoire for Asabayeva, because for the moment, the Chinese Grandmaster seems to be simply better prepared in the opening phase.
Absolutely. I can tell you what I've always visualized happening during the breaks, that the players have like a literal old red telephone. They pick it up, the coach is on the other line, and the coach says, do this. And they go, yes, sir. And you put the phone back. Obviously, that does not happen, actually. Most of the time, people are going to the fridge or walking outside and go, let me play good chess. But in my mind, I can live with that fantasy.
Yeah, maybe there was a coaching advice right there. And look at this, she's back to the Najdorf. And this is what I suspect happened during this break. So she was very quickly checking the game one, what went wrong. And she might go for a bit of a different line. At the moment, they are repeating the same moves, more or less, I think. With exception, in the first game, I think the knight for black was already on f6. So this is not quite the same, because if you play bishop g5 here, black has the opportunity not to respond with knight f6, but potentially also bishop e7.
Exactly. So this is why the move bishop to f4 is a lot more popular. You know, you start pressurizing on the d4 point and then knight to f6, and we have slightly different battlefield. But bishop does pop out to g5, attacks the queen. It's swiftly blocked by a bishop, and Bibisara, she has done some homework in the break, and we're seeing some differences. Queen to e7, by the way, awarded a question mark, not the most precise move. It was much better to take with the knight.
And she blitzed it out. So that was a bit the confusing part. Maybe the hand made the move before the brain registered that you have to take with the knight. To be honest, I'm not sure what's wrong with this move, because it seems that black is setting up a decent position. But hang on, I mean, the pawn on e6 is under attack. I think now you can play knight c6, queen takes on c6, and queen takes on a6. Is this something that the Chinese Grandmaster is considering? She is winning the pawn, but it might also potentially expose the white king after black castles the short side and goes for some sort of initiative at the queen side.
Exactly. I mean, the thing is, you don't want to get your hands caught in the cookie jar. So I can understand the hesitation in going knight takes bishop. And then, you know, there's going to be castles followed by rook a8, rook b8. So I understand. But if you don't do that, then we have a normal kind of position where it's a race against time. But Yifan, she is going for it. Why not?
She is going for the cookie here, and she's crumbling it. Yeah, there you go. Yifan is getting the extra pawn, and queen c6 is also under attack. So the hand is in the cookie jar, and she's chewing it. Black needs to find a good answer right now. Is she going to sacrifice a second pawn, a second cookie, or c6, or play queen c7 and potentially lose the time? Maybe even some e5 counterattack? Engine loves it.
Yeah. Yeah, Engine loves it. And this e5 idea really is a cold shower for black. Because I was thinking queen c7, castles, kingside, rook a8, rook b8, let's have the fun. No, she said, have it all. Queen takes c6, and let's just start exploiting those open lines. And Yifan, she's going all in. She's not going to go hungry tonight.
Yummy. Another pawn goes down. Knight g4. Now black goes for some counterattack. Obviously, you need to do something. Maybe there's queen b6, queen d4, because if I was black, I would be looking for some sort of a way to complicate things with the timely executed rook c8, potentially rook takes on c3. But yeah, things escalated really quickly here for black. This knight x on c6, queen x on a6. Essentially, she blundered not only one pawn, but two pawns. And the question here, Yovi, is does black even have enough dynamics to have any compensation? I mean, the bar says no, but what about the human perspective?
Yeah, exactly. The bar always says no, no, no. It's very cold-blooded. But I was going to say, big threat though on the board of knight takes f2. So white can't just make any old move. So you have to defend against that. So rook to d2 would make a lot of sense. Queen to b6. Well, that's a nice move as well. Just they're getting ready to centralize the queen once she's attacked and covering f2. Queen comes in, gives a check, and this is what I mean. The rook can come to b8. Queen has to drop back. And you see the evaluation bar saying, well, hang on a second. Black can have some fun. And Queen a5, I was going to say, isn't the most natural move. It was way more natural to play this than follow it up with Queen a5. I don't know why, but somehow you're always accustomed to this idea of inviting everyone to the party. And blue arrow for white. White can only keep the advantage by going rook to d3. You gotta reinforce c3. Make sure that there is no capture on that square.
Yeah, but rook d3 is kind of a difficult move because, I mean, it jumps under 95. And I think that also you're thinking that black is definitely going to toss every single piece at your king. Like the maneuver you mentioned, Yovi, queen a5, it looks super logical just to get the queen over to the queen side because you can't checkmate just two rooks. And also if you play rook d3 after queen a5, what about knight d3 and knight c4? I wouldn't be feeling very, very comfortable here, but that's the risk that the Chinese grandmaster took when she accepted the pawn, when she took the cookie on a6, and this maybe is the price.
Yeah, she had to basically deal with how the cards fell after that move. Queen c6, queen a6. The queen has gone on an epic journey. But rook to d3, I mean, how bad is it if you were to not find this move? If you were to go on the counteroffensive, let's just say f3, would that immediately lose the game? Or is it just simply the fact that black has to find one accurate move to hold on?
f3 I would definitely consider, but then again the question is, do you want to push back the knight to e5 and knight c4? Knight d2 and
Queen g5, queen b5.
Queen b, but why is it queen b5 and e5? It's a double attack.
Yes.
You can't play knight c1. Queen b5, knight c1. White is just not in time to park the knight on b3 because black plays e5 and the queen on d4 is overloaded. It cannot defend the pawn on b2. And after queen b5, black has nothing better. White has nothing better to do than just to give up the extra piece.
Wow. You know what? I saw queen b5 because I saw it was attacking the knight, and you see that it's hitting on b2. But it's somehow the e5 move that is the invisible move. And Bibisara finds it very natural. And her Yifan, we can't quite get a clear image of her face right now, but I'm sure it's beginning to dawn on her right now that she's in huge trouble. She has to drop a piece.
I mean, how do you even continue here? I'm thinking some c4 maybe. c4, rook c4, queen d2. No, rook d2. And apparently after rook c4, that's it. I mean, she's just dropping the queen. These are the consequences for white for taking a cookie that you were not supposed to do, even though according to an engine, everything was still good. But when you're playing a blitz game, it all goes down to who is the one controlling the initiative, and black just has it. I mean, these rooks, Yovi, at the open files, at the B and C files, and when you have playing a 5+1 blitz game, it's just not enough time.
Yes, just not enough time to navigate those treacherous waters. And as we're seeing here, rook c4 was the only move because white was threatening to defend with c4 themselves. So He Yifan throws in one last desperate try, a4, just kind of hoping for queen takes a4. Ain't gonna be happening. You can even step away from the queen as long as you maintain the connection with the b pawn. That rook on c4 is untouchable.
Yeah, I mean, I think here black has a great choice, and Bibisara can sit here 2 minutes choosing between the winning combinations. As you said, walk away with the queen, queen b4. The simplest combination, I think it's a simple grab. just take the queen and think later. Rook d4, a takes on b5, and rook takes on d2. Everything is winning here, but Bibisara just played queen b4, and I think there might be a resignation right here by the Chinese grandmaster, because I just do not see a way to continue. There you go, rook d4 is on the board.
Yeah, and the rook is going to be falling, but you can't know. You're not going to be surviving this. The queen and the rook are going to be way too powerful, and Bibisara wins. Well, brave stuff there from Bibisara, sacrificing 2 pawns and just proving that the complications were too hot to handle in this time control. And now Bibisara has the white pieces. And the big question is, now that Bibisara has won her first game, is she now going to go on a roll?
Yeah, there's a very good chance that this might happen, because definitely this victory should boost her confidence that she can defeat the Chinese grandmaster. Now we have some classical Sicilian on the board. a6, that's a bit of a sideline. I think that black normally plays e6, and after this queen e2 is the normal response, which is exactly what we're getting here. And it seems, Yovi, that we might get a lot of sharp Sicilians, because when you pit 2 of the strongest ladies in the world, they're definitely willing to prove who is the best. And one of the things how you get an exciting game is park your kings on the up sides of the board and just try to checkmate the opponent with a lot of pawns. And I love it.
Yeah, I love it too as well. And very interesting as well that Bibisara has changed her approach with the white pieces, now going on the front foot, and now f4. So again, I've got the opening database loaded up, and I'm seeing that b5 is the main continuation. Makes a whole lot of sense. h6 has been tried, as well as knight takes knight. b5 is the most natural, but f4, it does have ideas of striking in the center. So that's why he's going to be seeing bishop takes knight as a response. But no answer just yet there from Yifan how she's going to continue.
We might get some similar vibes. Okay, queen c7 instead is played by the Chinese grandmaster. I was thinking like takes, and bishop c6 instead. Here, how do you continue again? Now that I'm thinking, since black is a bit cramped here, is there room for knight f3? Knight f3 it is, because now you see black is missing some luft for the pieces. I mean, they look really nice, but there's not enough oxygen. And e5 might be a problem. I think actually e5 is an immediate problem. You cannot castle short, Yovi, because if you do that, there's going to be e5, bishop takes on f6, and oh, the bishop on d7 is gone.
Yeah, and that's something that Bibisara fell foul of in the first game. So this is why everyone here is playing castle queenside, and they're going to go into this position because of the danger of e5. So will Yifan understand that castles queenside is something? I got to say, it's also got a fantastic score for white. So 70% of the games finishing with a white victory. b5 has also been tried. But b5, e5 has been the response there, and white has won 100% of the times. To b5, in fact, e5, now very pertinent to the position.
Well, it seems that black will have to give up some material, like a pawn, to get some dynamics, because e5 you can't take twice on e5. Same problem. The bishop on d7 is under attack. So we're talking about e5, take a couple of times, bishop f6, and the bishop on d7 is dropping. As you can see, white has perfectly aligned 2 heavy pieces to target the bishop on d7. So I think that here black will have to take on e5, sacrifice the pawn with knight e5, and there you go. This is exactly what she does. And just pray that you have some dynamics, but I mean, it's a pawn. After all, queen e5, Yovi, looks good, but maybe also bishop takes on e7, knight e7, and played positionally is also looking promising. No, queen e5.
No. We've seen the moral from the story, right? It is just basically, you gotta go broke, or you gotta, how's the guy say, you gotta go home, and I can't even remember. It's 4 a.m. now. And we see rook to d8. It's like go broke or go home trying. Or no, I'm getting all my words all jumbled up. But anyway, it doesn't really matter, because rook to d8. So black is trying to get all the counterplay. Got ideas of castling kingside at the right time and then taking control. So knight takes bishop is a bit of a must. And queen to d6, just to clarify the position. And yeah, bishop to
There could,
c6.
there could be some background issues for white. Look at this, rook on d1 is not well defended. So, of course, queen d6, e takes on d6, followed by rook e1. This spells trouble for black. And maybe the Chinese grandmaster would love to keep the queens on the board, but the problem is the king on e8. So I don't think she can really do that. Let's say queen b7, white plays something like bishop d3, and you just cannot castle short. So you need to remove the bishop somehow. Try to pin it here. But do you play bishop f5? Do you play bishop c6? Because I think after bishop c6, Yovi, white will have no choice but to take on d8, simplify the position, and at least try to keep the extra pawn. The big question, though, does black have any dynamics? I guess so. Things are not so easy for white.
Yeah. Yeah, my vibe is to actually put the bishop on c6 just because I want the bishop on the long diagonal, except that simplification is going to be happening. And I got to say that the e5 pawn is a thing that would give me hope as black, as we see bishop to c6 being played. Queen takes rook, a must, as Artis did point out. You can't grab the queen on c7 because of back rank issues. So in order to fight that, I don't know why the blue arrow is not appearing.
Oh.
Is there any other move?
Technically, there was some ridiculous bishop b5 and white is equal, but I don't think we want to go that route because it just literally makes no sense.
No.
Why would white sacrifice a piece? Actually, there was an idea to defend the rook on e1. So bishop takes on b5 was a thing, but already it's a gone moment. Now white plays a4, tries to get to the pawn on b5. Maybe the idea is to create a second weakness, takes, and knight d4 looks promising.
It does indeed look promising, and I was saying that the way that I would fight this as black is try to get the counterplay by pressuring the weak pawn on e5. So for me, a knight posting up to g6 is a bit of a must. But yeah, to answer your question, what happens after knight to d4? I didn't really have a clear answer other than maybe some rook to d8 business. But okay, this is a thing of the past because now we're seeing knight to g6 being played.
Yeah, there's some issues for white with the pawn on e5. Maybe a bit more annoying problem, Yovi, is some sort of a knight f4. Because knight f4 is attacking the pawn on g2, also hitting the bishop on d3. Engine still kind of favors black king b6. That's kind of a difficult move, but I suppose the idea is to relieve the bishop on c6 from its duties to defend the pawn on b5 so that black can try to organize some sort of a counterplay, potentially maybe snatch the knight on f3 and play knight e5. Is it an obvious move? I don't think so.
It's obvious in retrospect, right? Once we've seen the blue arrow appear, yes, of course, it makes sense, doesn't it? Because you're literally threatening bishop takes knight, grab the pawn on e5, and then you can sit there very nicely with the anchored knight in the center. However, I think a lot of us might be thinking about mobilizing the rook on h8. I would be thinking about going rook to d8 or rook to e8. Either you want to pressurize the pawn on e5 or you want to just cover the d4 square.
Yeah, it makes perfect sense. And also on top of that, Yovi, white is also clearly eyeballing for the pawn on f7. So that's why it's quite difficult. Like you play rook f1, of course I have to play king b6, yeah, because the pawn on b5 is other, and she plays it. Wow, that is really incredible.
I know, this is a world-class move. Like king to b6, cover the b5, threaten bishop takes knight. And yeah, what a defensive move there from Yifan. Now, concrete threat, bishop takes knight, followed by knight takes e5, regaining the material. So I guess white also now has to go on the offensive here, because do you go... And one of also the beautiful things about king to b6 is that there are no knight to g5 ideas, because the knight is simply going to be capturing the pawn on e5. And bishop takes knight doesn't really... I didn't really want to suggest this because it didn't really appeal to me, because I felt this bishop is so strong on c6, and I feel like white's advantage is already, despite being a pawn up, starting to dwindle.
Yeah, it's definitely slipping away, but I was thinking about this bishop takes on g6 because I realized the black knight on g6 might be a bit problematic. There's all kinds of jumps like knight f4 and knight e5. The black's bishop on c6 is a bit more predictable when it comes to the time scramble, and that's the trick I learned in my childhood, Yowie, is that you always try to have a knight for a time scramble because it can jump to all the squares, sometimes deliver a fork when you least expect it. But yeah, ultimately, I think you're right. Black definitely has a lot of counterplay here. The semi-open h file, the bishop on c6 is a monster. White has the pawn, but White doesn't have is the time. It's 10 seconds only.
It's 10 seconds, but Bibisara, she is a 3-time Women's World Blitz champion. She's also extremely good at the fast portion of chess, the bullets, so don't write her off just yet, as we see h3 being played, b3 as well, just making an escape route for the king. The king is going to be able to mobilize, and yeah, these are all very natural moves from White, activating the king, but now the question is, Black has got so much pressure, and it's going to be very hard for White to start improving things.
Yeah, and I also find it very interesting that here Black is not trying to recapture the pawn back on e5 at all costs. She's going for dynamics. This is why she is one of the best players in the world. But we might see a repetition here. So Bibisara says she's happy with this. Yes, it's a draw by repetition. I suppose the final position, Yovi, was balanced anyway.
Yeah, it certainly felt like Black had the balance there, just keeping active enough just to stop White from improving. And here we go again. It's going to be another situation where the queen comes to d3. We're going to have another opposite side castling. Bishop to f4 are we going to be seeing, or bishop to g5? We see some pause there from Yifan. She did try, okay, a new move, knight to d4.
Oh, not bishop g5 that she played before, or bishop before, the top choice of the engine. And this time there's a difference because she already learned her lesson that knight c6, b takes on c6 in some lines might drop the pawn on a6. So that's why here Black is ready to recapture on c6 with the rook. So I suppose White might be still thinking about castling the long side. Or do you think, we might see a change at some point, and the Chinese Grandmaster could start consider castling short side? Because, it's still a normal move after all.
It is a normal move to castle kingside, but the one thing that does concern me is this bishop on c1. So you can't put it on g5. I was thinking if you're limited in time as to when to get it to f4, but okay. This queen to g3 in town, and her big idea is that it's going to be difficult for Black to develop the bishop on f8. And I like the poetry here in motion. Anything that White can do, Black is also going to be doing.
Yeah, this queen g3, that was a sneaky move. I think the big idea, Yovi, was to attack the pawn on g7 and kind of make Black's life a bit more difficult so that you cannot get the bishop out because the pawn on g7 could be under attack. In the meantime, of course, Bibisara immediately responded with some sort of a counterattack at the queen side. And I'm wondering if queen b6 was some sort of a measure to make sure that White cannot castle the long side because the pawn on b2 is under attack. And there's the answer. Yes, should castle apparently in open Sicilian is a legal move, and the Chinese Grandmaster did it. Now this time we're going to have a bit of a quieter game.
I'm gonna actually disagree with you as to whether it would be a quieter game, because I'm looking at the White's queen side and I'm like, how on earth is that gonna unravel? You can't move the bishop on c1 because the b2 pawn is hanging. You can't get the knight away from c3 because the pawn on c2 and also the pawn on e4 is vulnerable. Despite all of this, White is absolutely fine, but you have to use that dynamic advantage right here, right now, to come up with a good plan. And to be honest with you, I'm not seeing the way forward.
Rook b1. Yeah, you might be onto something there. So White decided to defend the pawn on b2 so that bishop e3 becomes an opportunity and you don't have to worry about the pawn on b2. But this also opens possibilities for Black to play bishop e7, because I don't think now you can play queen g7. There could be rook g8 and rook takes on c3. Now, does it work? Because after bishop e7, there's an intermezzo move, bishop e3. So this will be my mindset right now from both players' perspective. And I suppose Black gonna play bishop e7. If you can't, how do you develop your kingside?
Yeah, if you can't and you're not really wanting to play moves like g6, I guess you could at times ignore things and go rook c4. Just plan for knight take. Or even h5, h4. Let's start shifting Harry up the board as we see queen under fire, queen a5. Makes a lot of sense. The queen is keeping her flexibility. h4 still in the air.
Yeah, h4, maybe even a queen trade could be there. h4, queen f3. Do you want to trade the queens? I'm not sure. The funny thing about pushing the h pawn, harry the h pawn as far as the h4, then black can still castle the short side, like bishop e7 should castle. Normally you would think, oh, black is committed to h5, h4. It's weakening the king. Well, welcome to modern chess, ladies and gentlemen, because engines very often say that all of this is perfectly doable, even though here, Queen h5 is, at least according to an engine, one of the top moves.
I did quite like Queen h5 just because of king safety issues, as you highlighted. But what we're seeing here is bishop to d4. Queen h5 is still very much a possibility. What other moves could you do? Castles, I guess. That's something that you indicated was possible. Modern day chess. It's good enough for the engine. It's good enough for me too. But yeah, I think Queen h5 is the way more natural move as well. If you can take it into an in-game, the king is going to be happy there in the center. h4 is actually going to be a big asset as it clamps down on space. So Yifan says no thank you to the trade. And yes, now Bibisara can castle kingside in full confidence that everything is safe.
Yeah, castling is on the board. And at least the way this game has been ongoing, Yovi, I have a feeling that the Chinese Grandmaster in the next games with Open Sicily, and she's not going to go for short castle anymore. Because somehow I think that at least the way the match has been run, this is not her forte. Like castling the long side, going for the immediate break in the center, or g4, g5. At least that's how she demonstrated in the first games. She was definitely feeling the rhythm much better here. And the way this game has been ongoing, here Bibisara seems to be calling all the shots.
Yes, and this one, Bibisara has got the measure of this particular opening, and I think that Yifan will come into the second portion of the 3+1 with a different approach. We just have 6 minutes, just over 6 minutes remaining in the 5+1 portion. So if this game drags on, this could very well be the last game at this time control, but it's certainly going to be the last game that Yifan plays with the white pieces with 5+1. Centralizing the rook, got ideas of going e5 and just hunting down the queen. So this is something that Bibisara has to assess. It might not be that dangerous, but she decides just to remove the knight away from that point of contact.
Yeah, knight e7 is a perfectly reasonable move, even though, I mean, according to an engine, e5 perhaps was not a big problem. Still, this knight is looking for a better square, potentially knight c5, or I think also since black controls the semi-open c file, you want to play something like b5, b4, and get to the pawn on c2. And with this setup, the rook on e1 and rook on f1, I think that white is looking for some sort of a break at the king's side. But where is it? Okay, a3 was played, I suppose, to slow down black's potential attack at the queen side. But the big question here, Yovi, is are we going to see e5 or f5? No, we have a bishop trade as proposed by Bibisara.
Yeah, and I think perhaps the bishop is going to come off because the knight was actually threatening to post up to a really horrible square c5. So at least you can slow down that idea. But e5 now makes an appearance, and after pawn takes pawn, now is the time to mobilize the rooks, and you can even recapture with the pawn. Will we see that? We see some hesitation. I would go f takes e5, just on instinct, because I want to mobilize the rook on f1. But Yifan, she's considering what to play.
Yeah, I mean, rook e5 also was looking very tempting. Rook e5, rook g5, but here maybe she was a bit concerned that in the long run, the pawn on the e5 might be a weakness. So black can retract the knight, I don't know where, knight h7, maybe. And how is white going to continue? Knight d5. Wait a second. Knight e5 again. The hand is in the cookie jar. So queen takes on d5. You can take this pawn, and there's another pawn on b7.
Yes, but okay, that's really brave stuff. But it's also really tempting just to kind of lock in on the defense of c2 and just say, well, that pawn on d5 is going to be structurally weak for the rest of the game. I will deal with that one at a later time. So she goes for c3. I was actually thinking of rook to f2 or rook to e2, but this is also very nice. Just restrain the d5 pawn. That's a target that can be munched on later, or at least targeted later.
I think it was a brilliant choice, at least according to the time control, because maybe in a classical game, the Chinese grandmaster would definitely calculate the consequences of grabbing the pawn. But you're playing a blitz game. She has only 40 seconds left on the clock, so you want to contain the situation, have an easier game. So c3 pretty much limits black's any initiative at queen side, and then you have free hands to do whatever you want here. Oh, the double question mark. Rook g6, queen d4. Apparently, black has problems to defend a pawn on h4.
Yes. And we forgot about that pawn as well. And it was something that Yifan did not forget. Queen to d4, rook takes h4 in the air. And as black, you don't really want to be going on the passive with rook to h6. It may very well be forced because you don't want to be letting go of the pawn, but it's the last thing you want to be doing when you have less than a minute on the clock. So what is going to be the response here?
I don't know, be aggressive. Forget about the pawn. I mean, I would try to activate the queen, the rook on b8, because, this was clearly a miss by Asabaeva. No, she does play rook h6, probably out of lack of good alternatives. And here suddenly her position becomes really difficult because rook f7 was a threat and rook d7 is a mistake. I suppose c4, the rook on d7 is not well defended, and I think that white is simply going to grab the pawn.
Yeah, c4 is such a nice move, just utilizing the pin, but she doesn't spot it. Again, it was very natural just to attack the queen. Queen dives in. Okay, the queen has to go back to where she came from, and she gets another chance to go c4.
Rook f4, we might see a repetition here. Queen e2, queen h5. I don't think that Bibisara wants to be ambitious here. 10 seconds for both players. No, she changes things. Rook e6. She sends an opportunity here to go after the pawn on e5.
Yeah, Yifan has got 3 seconds left on the clock, so I can understand that decision to play on the time. King gets itself into safety, but there goes the d pawn, and here it's really just crazy as the players just playing on 2 seconds. The threats they are coming. A lovely shot there from Bibisara. Oh, mouse slip.
Oh, Jesus. Wow, that's the worst moment when you can mouse slip. Oh, wow.
Yeah. Oh,
yeah.
Oi.
Oi. Instead of rook e5, rook e2 was a mouse slip.
Yeah, and it's painful when it happens, but yeah, it's just in the hands of the internet gods. I mean, it happens to all of us. Sometimes you win, sometimes you lose. Just 17 seconds remaining on the match clock. So this is going to be the last game in the 5+1 portion. But Bibisara Asabaeva has leveled the score, as we can see, 3.5 points apiece.
But there's also a silver lining of this blunder. We get to see at least another game because they barely started it. Only about 20 seconds left. Now you see the timer expires. And after this, the segment of 5+1 will be over. But again, we see some sort of Sicilian. And I think that, Jovi, this will be the theme of this match, essentially, because both players, either with white or black, they're going for this kind of setup. The white king is most of the occasions at the queen side. The black king typically is at the king side. And then we have some action.
Yes. And it's a nice approach from both of the players. For Yifan, it's not quite the first thing in the morning, but it is the morning for her. So she's waking up to battles all round in the open Sicilian. For Bibisara, it's the late night. So, it depends on the player's stamina here because this is a long match. The players are going to be playing this 1 hour 15 of 5+1, then 50 minutes of 3+1, followed by the really intense 25 minutes of bullet. So it's not just about these games per se. It's all about momentum. It's all about whether you can feel inspired by the spirit of the games. And I think this is the kind of approach which can inspire you when things go well, but at the same time, it's very draining because you have to be tactically sharp at every move.
Absolutely. Yeah. And when it comes to these momentums, I think they're going to come and go. We might definitely see some winning streaks and losing streaks by the players because that's basically the nature of the blitz chess. But one thing I would like to point out is that Bibisara essentially has equalized the match after the terrible start because she was running 0 out of 2. She lost the first 2 games, so she was very, very close to lose also the third game. And now the match is wide open. It's 3.5 points each, and it's going to be a very close match. G5, by the way.
And with
Wow.
G5, I know, with G5 making an appearance with such a brave move, we see the evaluation bar shoot up, saying that this does not work at all for Black. We could be seeing Bibisara take the lead in this particular game. So White's just saying thank you very much for the extra pawn. And how is Black going to get the compensation? Well, by posting up a piece onto c4 and just generating the counterplay down the c line. That's the big intention. Okay, for the time being, it's looking dangerous for Black.
Yeah, I like the idea by Black, but the only issue I have with this is I have a hard time to figure out where the Chinese grandmaster is going to post her king. Because, like, without the queens, I think this will be a very nice positional sacrifice. It's a very common theme, by the way, in the Sicilians, so the viewers, I don't think the Chinese grandmaster invented this, because this pawn sacrifice to establish an outpost in e5, it's well documented in chess history. But there's a very concrete problem. It's the king. And I think this also suggests that Bibisara is not going to simplify the position by training the queens. She's going to try to keep the queens on the board, because in the long run, well, Black needs to find a way to tuck away the king somewhere.
You don't need to worry about the Don. The Don is absolutely fine there in the middle of the board. That's exactly what Yifan is saying. B4 is going to come, and yeah, it's going to be all about the counterplay and knight takes pawn. That's something that you're highlighting there. Huge threat if you kick away that knight away.
And I think we might see some trades, and this is exactly what who wants, because after b4, White, I don't think, has any choice, because knight e4 is a monstrous threat. So b4, bishop f6, rook f6, b takes on c3, and do you trade the queens? Well, I don't know about that, because if you do, you get your 2 extra pawns, but this knight on e5 is immortal. White's 2 extra pawns, to be honest, don't even feel. And that's why also the valuation bar says that position, once again, is just balanced.
Yes, it's just an insane kind of position. And no, she steps back with the knight. No. In this type of position, you go all in here, and this is a step in the wrong direction. Bishop takes bishop is the move that I was expecting, but instead, yeah, you can just drop that bishop back, and the queen did have to retreat. And now there is a problem with king safety.
This is a very interesting choice by Yifan. Oh, knight f5! Wait a second, so White is up a pawn and she says, no, I need more action. Knight f5, knight e5 is a full piece sacrifice. And here Asabayo senses she has an opportunity. The black knight on g8 is so far away from the game. So knight e5, sort of knight b6, e takes on f5. It looks really terrifying, but I mean, it's still a piece, Yovi.
It's a huge beast. I mean, taking with the pawn, though, on f5, I wasn't a fan of that, because I feel like the rook having some access down the f line was way more important. But this is why we're seeing that Yifan starting to unravel by chasing away the knight. If you are forced to go knight takes bishop, knight takes knight, and then suddenly the king can actually find a home on the queen side, well covered by the bishop and the queen.
Maybe. So I'm thinking about the sequence, knight e7, what about queen d6? You got to calculate some lines there, because I don't know where you put the knight. Queen e7, that is probably the necessary move. Otherwise, the pawn on d6 is dropping. And as you said, maybe the black king might find some shelter at a queen side. So I do feel that this knight f5, knight e5 was a bit of an emotional move. And both players are desperately right now fighting for the initiative in the game. So it's very, very important who is going to take down this game, because it's all about momentum, all about who controls the initiative. And this move, knight g8, knight f6, that was played by Yifan, or knight f5 and knight e5, they really want to be in charge of this match.
Absolutely. And it's an important game for the match in general, because whoever wins this one will be walking into the 3+1 portion with a 1-point lead. So see, these two girls, I mean, so brave. These two women have been playing such fantastic chess. f6, just opening up all of the lines. Yifan capturing, not even worrying about pins. Bishop to d4 was the response there. Yeah, I don't think you could have gone bishop to g5 because of ideas such as knight to e4. But here, I gotta say, it's still really dangerous until black can consolidate the position, get a shelter for the king, get the queens off. There's still going to be a lot of venom in the white position.
Absolutely. I think that this position, even though according to an engine it's completely winning for black, it's all about the black king finding safety. And that's why here finally the king makes its way to the queen side, something like king b7. It feels relatively secure. The knight on e4, knight on e5 do a wonderful job. So I think right now black can think about simplifying the position. Knight x on f3 would drop the rook on h8, rook h4 there, very important accuracy. And I think we might see some pieces disappearing the board very quickly.
Yes, driving the queen backwards, that's such a good move. And if the queen has to go all the way back to c1 to stay alive in the game, then this is not great news. Queen to e3 would be met with a move such as knight to c4. She can get attacked even further. And here we're seeing knight takes bishop, and the simplifications are in motion. And the more pieces you can trade off, that means the less attackers that white has.
There's that. There's less attackers, and also the less things you can blunder. That's the one of the golden principles I was trying to follow always, is that the more you trade, the less you can blunder. So I think that for Yifan here, she would love to trade as many as she can. So that's why Bibisara is at least going to attempt to keep the bishop, the queen on the board, rook g1, f4, f5. And as long as the queens are on the board, there's always hope for white.
Yeah, there's always hope, but I don't know how much hope there should be, because the rook's doubling up, just pointing on h2, and now there's the light squares that are completely vulnerable. You can post in a piece to e4, knight to e4, big threat, forking the queen and the rook. How to get out of that one? So rook to e2, got idea of bishop takes knight. Bibisara being tricky until the very end. Yifan just under 20 seconds left.
Yeah, but the time might play a crucial role here, which I suppose it's what this match is going to be all about. Who is going to handle the nerves best in such a critical situation? Rook e1 threatens with bishop takes on c5. How are you going to park the knight on e4? No, queen c7 is the safe move.
Yeah, queen c7, just keeping everything connected. Also, you got ideas of bishop to f3. A knight can still post up to the center in e4. But the question is like how to play this position quickly and practically. And b4, you might as well push the pawns forward. Go queen to d4. Queen to d4. What is happening here? Oh, yeah, there was bishop f4.
There was bishop f4 with some big attacking chances. It might still happen here. Apparently, it was a missed moment for the player with white here. Rook c4, and now it's gone. Just like that. What a moment. White had an excellent chance to equalize the game.
And that's it, unbelievable. Bishop to f4, because I don't think many of us would have even factored that in, and how it can be so dangerous. It's a computer line, so I can forgive the players and everyone for not finding that one. And now we are seeing here black take full control, but Yifan just has 8 seconds left on the clock. She's been playing on the increment, and here's a beautiful pin in the air, and Yifan strikes back. to get that real important 1-point lead.
Yeah, it was very, very tense match. And I think, again, it just proves that we're in for an amazing ride, the viewers, because we see a lot of swings in the time scramble. There's going to be a lot of up and down in all the games. So we're in for a great start. And yeah, what a close match is going to be.
It's a close match, and Yifan with that last game saying, hey, it's now your move, Bibisara, as we enter into the 3+1. And talking about making your move, it's time to make your move at home by elevating your everyday style with the official Chess.com Essential Collection. Whether you're grinding blitz games at home or heading out, these clean, classic tees and hats are built for any occasion. Chess.com is offering a 20% off the tee and hat bundle through August the 15th. Or you can grab any piece individually. So hit !summer in chat to check out the official shop and lock in that discount. And we are going to be right back with 50 minutes of 3+1 right after this break.
It's a normal, puzzle. We don't have some funny tricky things.
No, it's a normal puzzle.
Yeah, I was thinking like first B8.
If it's a puzzle, some moves like with the king are usually not working. The problem is that if you promote to a queen or to a rook, it's a stalemate. So we have to go very likely with some under promotion.
After knight, king e8, and if promote queens, you just move.
I have to put something and then to cover. So one of the ideas is to put, for example, a8 to go with the bishop, and then to promote with to a queen. Yeah, but if I do that, for example, if black plays king f8, then it works because I promote to a queen or to a rook. King f7, bishop d5 will come with a checkmate. But in case of king e8, it's also the mate, because I go here, and then no matter if black goes here or here, queen will come with a checkmate.
A8 to knight. Well, things like king e8, king e6, and promote queen is winning.
Doesn't matter if it's a bishop,
bishop
or a knight.
Okay,
Yep, correct.
Then just queens, it's winning. Yeah.
Perfect. Well done.
Your game is evolving, now your style should too. Welcome to the Chess.com merch store, your home for everything off the board. We've studied the theory of comfort so you don't have to. The Essentials collection is the ultimate low-profile kit. Premium tees, hoodies, and hats with zero distractions. It's the baseline for your wardrobe that lets your moves do the talking. From the classic rook to the legendary mittens, our plushies now come in every color to match your setup, mostly because they'll never judge your accuracy. And for those who still love the tactile feel of a win, explore our official chess sets. Durable, tournament ready, and designed to handle every celebratory slam or graceful resignation. Whether you're a beginner or a seasoned pro, we've got the perfect setup for you. So head over to chesscom.shop to explore these and many more. Grab your favorites before they're gone.
Well, for me, probably it's kind of trying to build the actually there's some correlation, trying to build up the confidence to give a speech or speak publicly in English, something like that. I don't know if I explain well. So basically, I think like my personality is a little bit like an I person, so not like very outgoing at the very beginning, especially considering our native language is not English. So that's why at the first, if I need to, they were asking me some questions, or I need to give a public speech among the audience in English, especially if the topic is not only about chess. That makes me feeling really like uncertain. Yeah, really uncertain. But I think later on, especially these couple of years, I'm kind of get used to it. I mean, I'm not really good at it, but I'd rather just consider that I'm discussing with people. I'm having an interesting conversation with people. That's all. Well, at the moment, I think I'm fine with that. I'm just quite enjoying of playing chess, participating in tournaments. So no matter what are the progress going on, I'm just continue enjoying this process. But of course, if you consider that you understood yourself, missed so many opportunities that you're supposed to win, their voice coming like how you couldn't catch this and how you made such a move. But then you realize, okay, time's still going. There's no time to be regret about what you were done before. So just focus on what's happening next. That's all. But before, yes, when I was participating in tournaments, of course, you got some voice like, oh my gosh, once I did this move, what's going to happen next? And especially would that affect the next games and the tournament's progress in general? So I think that's a kind of key question any professional chess player need to deal with.
We are back with our last semi-final in the Women's Speed Chess Championship, and dawn is breaking over Europe. And we now entered 3+1 portion of Yifan against Bibisara Asalbeva. Yifan has a 1-point lead. But can she extend it? As the time controls, they start to shorten. Artis, it's been a very impressive match so far. I mean, it's been the perfect start to actually this whole early morning. If you had said to me, how would you spend your early morning? I would be like, this, sleep or this. I'm satisfied.
I mean, typically during this time, Yobi, I'm having the best sleep of my life. Like it's here in Riga, 5 a.m. and the sun is only coming up. But I'm very glad that I'm here because the match doesn't disappoint and we're seeing a lot of action. I'm super happy to see that both players are playing uncompromising chess, putting the kings on the opposite sides of the board and also not shying away for complications. And this last game, it feels like a prelude of what's coming because even though according to an engine there were some mistakes, but the fighting spirit, the will to win, it's all there.
Yeah, the players have come to this match determined. I've really enjoyed seeing Yifan with her innovative ideas, castling queenside's Bibisara, saying, yes, you know, I'm going to be doing exactly the same. Both players applying the pressure to each other. As on our cameras, Yifan gets ready, takes a sip of water. Very important to keep yourself hydrated. This is why we have those breaks. And she is back in business. The 3+1. The time control gets shorter. And Bibisara, she is a 3 times over the board Blitz world champion. So it might be here where Yifan starts to get a little bit more nervous.
Yeah. So one thing I think it stood out a bit from the first games is that the Chinese Grandmaster, at least in the first 4 or 5 games, was a better prepared player, but Bibisara was making the decisions faster, and typically Ho was trailing behind on the clock. So then everything would escalate from there. And we are still waiting for Asabayeva because apparently she's not back at the computer.
Yeah, and it was interesting actually getting a glimpse into Yifan's like pre-game ritual because we saw her sitting there contemplating, maybe, you know, just trying to work through that strategy. Is she going to be changing things up? Well,
Whoa,
she's a
what is
professor
that?
for a good reason. She's showing us that, you know, you absolutely do need to combine chess and exercise, stretch and get flexible because the brain needs to work.
That was some power flex right there. I mean, it is early morning and you can see, the Chinese Grandmaster was flexing there and getting ready for the game. And we are about to get in. And there's a bit of a delay, though. I wonder what's happening.
Yeah. And Bibisara left again. So it's pretty late in the US. It's heading towards, I guess, midnight, whereas in Beijing, it's nearing 11 a.m. So not too early, I would say.
Actually, I thought it's less. Okay, it's 11 a.m. already. Okay, so that's a very comfortable morning for the Chinese grandmaster, and Sabaeva is not there. I don't know, getting some snacks or evening coffee or something, but there she is, and the game should start.
Yeah. It's quite funny, actually. I like it when players are playing in completely different time zones because it's like one player is playing from the future, the other one from the past. It's early in the morning. Artists, work with me here.
Yes. I feel you. So, by the way, both players are separated by many time zones. So, how many hours actually it is it? I'm afraid to count because for
No, this is the thing what I was
Mm-hmm.
talking about. Yifan is playing from Bibisara's tomorrow, whereas Bibisara playing for Yifan's part. Yeah. I won't labor the point. But we're seeing the players get ready. You know, the players will have to rely on every ounce of energy in this coming portion, especially I would say Yifan, because she mentioned in an earlier interview that bullet was not really her thing. She barely played that at all. It was all about good instincts, and she laughed it off, and it worked a treat with her against Anna Mizicic. She was just the faster and the better player. But Bibisara is literally a bullet expert. So there she might not be able to freestyle it in such a casual manner. But Yifan, she's going for it. She jumps in with the knight to d5. She's saying, hey, let's change the pawn structure. The queen comes into d3. It's virtually made an appearance on that square in nearly all of her games with the white pieces, as we see finally there is a change in the structure.
And it's also a change in strategy because it seems that for the 5+1 segment, the Chinese grandmaster had prepared the open Sicilia with queen d4, which worked really well for her. But apparently, Bibisara had figured it out, as she already demonstrated in the last couple of games, that she knows how to respond to that. And now here, Yifan is back to the good old classical Sicilian. Okay, this is a bit of a sideline with queen d3, knight d5, and whoa, g4. But the pace is the same. I mean, the energy level is exactly the same, even though we have different opening moves.
I know. I was so going to say she's going to castle the king kingside and we're going to have a completely different game. No. The spirit continues. G4. Okay, she's going to back that up with C4 and try to expand as much as possible. But with great space comes great responsibility. So if I borrowed that one from David Howell. Yeah, it's Spider-Man, yes. And adapted by Mr. Howell himself. If he's watching, big shout out. C4 is what I'm expecting. You know, you gotta definitely just reinforce the point on D5.
Yeah, knight b6, I think this forces white to do something about the pawn on d5 because you see two knights are lining up to snatch this pawn for free. And one of the motives of the match so far has been all about the free pawn. So here, big question for Yifan. Is she going to protect the pawn and play c4 or go for some dynamics? It's, I don't know, like visually c4, it's a move I don't want to make because it leaves so many dark squares in the position. Oh, well, but what to do? c4 is on the board.
C4 is on the board. And how is Bibisara going to handle that? Is she going to go rook to c8? Is she also going to try to grab some squares? As I suspect that she might want to be doing, going e4, put the knight back to d7, then jump in with a knight to e5. No. That's a moot point. As you see, queen c7, the pressure is going to be on c4. So I'm expecting knight d2, reinforce the pawn structure, and then continue with grabbing the space.
Knight e2 looks really reasonable, and it's on the board, but it also loosens up the c5 square control. So I think that here Bibisara could continue at some point, I don't know, knight fd7, knight c5, rook e8 played instead, and g5. Immediately white goes for the attack. But again, the big question is, I mean, and for the second game in a row for the Chinese Grandmaster, where is she going to put the king? Because in the previous game, as you might recall, Yovi, she was playing the Sicilian, and the king was not feeling welcome in the center. And it kind of feels the same here, because after g4, g5, do you even castle the short side? And the long side doesn't feel safe either.
I feel you, artists. I just don't think our Sicilian players do feel the same kind of stress. They're just like, well, the king can live on f1 or maybe even castles. Who cares, Checkmate ends the game. Seeing e4 going on the counter. Queen is going to move. I mean, where's she going to go to? I'm not entirely comfortable with placing her up to d4 because I feel she could be a bit vulnerable there. So yeah, I like your suggestion. Queen d4 did make an appearance, and okay, well, look at this, grabbing the pawn on e4, and now the pressure is on Bibisara. She has to justify this pawn sacrifice.
Yeah, I'm thinking, how do you continue here with black? I would love to play some bishop f8, g6, and bishop g7, but most likely black doesn't have the time for that. So instead, she goes for knight c5. I think I understand. She wants to play knight c8, knight e6, play g6, bishop f8, bishop g7. But as you're probably going to guess, it takes a million tempi to get there. And most likely, white will be able to do something. Are we going to see some queen retreat and h4, h5 on a long castle? It kind of seems to be going in this direction.
Yes, this is one thing that I was thinking. I was thinking also queen to g4 as well. But one thing I was going to say, definitely not queen to f4, but queen h4, given a question mark because of h6. But on the other hand, I don't think anyone is going to play h6 because it's literally what white tried to provoke black into doing. But queen to e5, very natural move, hitting the point at b2 and centralizing the queen, getting her ready for the defense.
But now you can play h6. Yeah, I think, as you said previously, it was a bit risky because the white king was about to castle the short side. And see, she saw something else. Bishop takes on g5 marks as a miss. I suppose she saw she's winning back the pawn, but the problem is the knight on b6. So black regains the material back, but this knight is what makes black's position a bit uncomfortable.
Yeah, and that knight is not going to get to a good circuit either because it really wants to be posted on d6 where it can peek beyond the fence, that is d5. And look, we're seeing it, bishop will come to f4 and that knight is completely dominated. And, Nimzovich was talking about all these pawns having different types of values. That's a protected passed pawn in the middle of the board. That's a serious advantage.
It is, but also the big question is, can white really make any progress? And I think that black is supposed to set up some kind of a fortress, and I'm not really liking the last moves that black did. This g5, h6, it feels that white could break through and maybe no. So there was apparently a missed opportunity for both players, but I mean, they're playing the last 20 seconds. So at the moment, it looks like it is a fortress after all.
Yeah, and it appears that the h4 move was the mistake. You did need to break out with f4. That was the most precise one. As it stands, white is not going to be able to generate a passed pawn on the right side of the board just to stretch black's defenses. And here, there's no inroads with the king. So Bibisara does have a fortress. And there, Yifan, her clock going down to 10 seconds. Okay, she just maneuvers with the king, but she's not going to make any improvement.
And it's a draw. It's a draw by repetition. Yeah, this was a missed opportunity by Yifan, but all right, the match continues, and we are going to get another open Sicilian with knight e4, which is one of the themes of this match. Well, I'm going to be a prophet here and say that white will castle the long side.
Castle alongside. Okay.
Yeah.
I think you're going to win that bet, so I'm not even going to go there. I mean, what are we going to see here? But maybe this is the one time we're going to see like bishop e2, castle kingside. Woohoo! No, f3. No. Okay, it's not going to happen. No castle kingside. F3 indicates queen d2, castle queenside. You don't have to be Nostradamus here to predict that one.
Yeah, this is I think this is the English attack. Well, that's what I call it, this setup. G2, F3, E4, go for long side castle. The pawn on F3 supports the pawn on E4, so that after B4, it's not dropping. But both players are playing it pretty quickly. So this suggests that they must be sort of still within the prep, even though the evaluation bar does favor white. But I suppose it always does it in these open Sicilians.
Yes, I also think that, a computer would find this position very easy to play as white. A human, not so much. As you mentioned, this is super sharp. It's going to be about timing. It's going to be about provoking. It's also going to be making those points of infiltration. The queen comes out to a5. And I don't know about you, but my spider senses are tingling in the center. I'm thinking something is going to be happening there.
Something indeed is going down here. So either black will prepare knight b6, knight c4, which I think is the idea of this move, knight e5. Sometimes you can also think about the potential exchange sacrifice, rook takes on c3, which is a common thing for open Sicilians. And white has to somehow stir up things at the king side. The question is, how do you do it? Do you play h5, g6, get to the pawn on e6? Do you play some bishop h3 and sack something on e6? Do you play f4, f5? Or you throw in the mix some knight f5, knight e5, which we, by the way, already saw early in this match. White has many interesting attacking possibilities here.
Yes, definitely. But you also have to consider whether b4 is a big threat for black, because if it is, you have to go knight to b3, drive that queen away, and just make sure that the knight on c3 has a post. And I loved your plan, by the way, of going h5, g6, open up the H line. I'm an English player. Of course, it's all about that line. And the queen does, of course, have to move.
Yeah, so first black, most likely to c7. I mean, immediately h5, g6 probably doesn't work because the rook on h1 needs some attention. So white could maybe prepare with bishop e2, or we are going to see perhaps the other idea of f4 and f5, but f4 loosens up the e4 pawn, and that's why white plays rook h3. But it might be too slow, and Yifan immediately senses an opportunity at the queen side. So we're talking about a5, a4, and black may be taking over the game.
Yeah, maybe it was a question that she had to go f4. Perhaps that was the best, but b4. But where to go with the knight? Ideally, I'd like to put that knight on a4 just to kind of stop up any black attack. But that knight doesn't have any squares from that square. So yeah, if you have to go back, then maybe no. I was going to say maybe you can go on the counter of going f4 anyway. It's a Sicilian after all. But yeah, no, of course you can't make those kind of moves because pawn takes knight comes with threat.
I mean, yes, I felt it. I was looking at this and I was wondering, is she going to do it? Is she going to do it again? Yes, she can do it again, and she did it. So knight e5, again, there was a thematic piece sacrifice. Again, it's not fully justified by an engine, but white has a pretty straightforward idea at the king side. Bishop d4, h5, g6, and who cares if engine says that this doesn't work? This is still a blitz game.
It is still a blitz game, and gotta say though, Bibisara's clock is ticking down, 30 seconds now, and she has to find a plan to implement. Could be just going h5, h6. Could also, I liked your idea of going bishop to d4, but you do have to watch out because the pawn on d5 is under threat. If you have to step backwards, this is going to be a tough one to build on.
That was a bit awkward move, to be honest. I felt that white is in no position to play so slowly, but there was something, I guess, she didn't like about the pawn on c2. Here comes the Harry the H pawn, h5, g6. I think black's going to take once and close the king side with h6, which is a common idea. And ultimately, white is running out of attacking pieces because, queen d5, a concrete solution there.
Yeah, very concrete solution. You couldn't trade off the queens because the bishop on e3 was hanging at the end of that. And now she's going to close down the king side with h6. Queen takes b4. A nice try there from Bibisara. You might as well grab material, but ultimately black's position is very, very solid. And she just has to deal with its ideas of a discovered bishop move somewhere. But at the minute, that's not even working. Nothing is working for white.
Yeah. So she's, I think, mostly just trying to survive for the moment and keep the position as calm. Oh, the bishop goes away. She blundered the bishop. She missed it. Oh, my goodness.
It happens. I mean, is what happens. This is normal blitz chess when you just have less than a minute on the clock. Bibisara just had 5 seconds on the clock, of course. I don't think she expected it. So now the knight comes in, and after that little blip, Yifan is in complete control. I don't think she's going to be accidentally dropping any more bishops. So queen takes rook. Obviously defended by the queen on g6. So that's something that Yifan has to watch out for. Now the queen comes in, bishop is hanging. That obviously can be fended off. And now it's just how to... this is a beautiful...
That's a fancy move. I love it. I mean, why not? The bishop on c3 for white gives the only chance for some counterplay. A very classy move there by Chinese grandmaster. Bishop b5, monstrous bishops, d4, demolishing here. And rook e5 is a desperation move. I think black's got this.
Black has got this, and now she's threatening checkmate on a2, so e6 only move, and now there's going to be rook c1. Okay, queen will come to c3, and that's game over. And Yifan wins, extends her lead to 2 points. So there we're seeing now it's Yifan's turn with the white pieces, and once again an open Sicilian, but this time, artists, there may not be. I don't think there's going to be queenside castling, and sure enough, kingside castling appears.
I'm shocked. So it's a short castle. Okay, because mostly the agenda of this match was castling the long side. So here I think that the Chinese grandmaster adjusts her strategy because, I mean, after all, she is leading the match by 2 points. So why go for spicy stuff when you can keep things under control? And I think also for Bibisara, since she's trailing in the match, she needs to produce more dynamics. And that's why here also the Chinese grandmaster might be willing to take less risks and just keep things under control.
Yeah, I completely agree with you. There's no need to go reckless with g4 or anything like that. She's leading, and as you mentioned here, she can just start to play positionally. And the big question, though, is how to continue as white, because you are looking to further build on the foundation that the pawn on d5 has created. So a c4 doesn't really kind of cut the mustard, I'm going to say, because it just leaves too many dark squares. But at the same time, you want to be improving the pieces. Okay, now I'm expecting a knight to jump into c5. There are squares for the knights to enjoy. Okay, c3. Maybe this is the way forward. You go c3 and then b4.
The c3, b4, also I'm thinking c3 just takes care of some good squares around the queen side. The white queen might step back to open a path for the bishop. Then I'm also wondering about the knight on b3 here. I would love to somehow reroute it to a3 and b5 because it does really do a lot. Perhaps this is the reason why Bibisara is not rushing with the move knight c5, because she's also thinking like there's a lot of reverse thinking for the opponent. Like if she retreats, okay, scratch that. Knight c5 is on the board.
It was commentators' curse, right? You're just like, the players have been very sophisticated. No, okay, the players had enough. Knight c5, and okay, now I was thinking knight takes knight. No. Yifan says no, and she's going for this idea of delaying the capture. The knight on f6, I gotta say, can't move, because then knight to d2 and b4 is very much okay. I say that, of course it moves, and now. I was thinking like d2. No. Okay, now we're seeing f5. It's a very natural move. You know, you want to go f4, f3, and make some inroads into the position.
Yeah, this looks very logical, and also knight x on c5 makes perfect sense. I don't understand why the engine doesn't like it. Looks very human. B takes on c5. This is again a change in the pawn structure because white was clearly eyeing for some b4 move. And there's f4. I mean, you gotta admit this, f5, f4, it looks pretty scary, and even though the engine doesn't like it, from a human perspective, it feels a bit different. So f4, slowing down black's initiative at the king side, makes perfect sense.
Yes, but it does. I was going to say queen to d3. Now I'm thinking, now you can go e4, or is this just me just enjoying the little guy and pushing them a bit too hard? E4, okay, the evaluation bar. Not entirely impressed with that move, but it's very natural and very tempting.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, I think that the position is probably about balanced. Both players have their advantages on the other side of the board. What is thinking about the b4 push, which is not so easy to accomplish? I love the move knight g4 because it opens up the path for the darks for bishop and f6. So it feels that Asabayeva is taking over this game. So rook b1, knight d3, bishop f6. Black essentially is playing with an extra pawn here.
Yeah, and rook b1, and it was such a confusing thing that was awarded a question mark that I did cheat and check, and it's saying g5. Whoa.
Oh, wow.
That is a kind of Bibisara-like move, I gotta say. I think is well within her remit to find it, but I was also thinking knight takes bishop and going that direction here. And keep g5 in your pocket, i.e. when you think about it.
Yeah, g5 might still happen, by the way, but not yet because the pawn on the 5 is under attack. So maybe at a better moment. And even though we have obstacle bishops on the board, black is better because you see these pawns on a5 and c5 that limit white's opportunities to play b4, while the black pawn on e4 is well defended. So it's going to come down to the g5, and g5 is on the board because this is where black is feeling the strongest. And so far, Asabayeva is playing great.
Yeah, this is a great, very instructive player here from Bibisara, and there we're seeing g3. Yifan desperately trying to keep the position solid. Pawn takes pawn, and what she wants to do is trade off all the rooks, trade off all the queens, and then a pure opposite color bishop endgame. She won't have any danger to her king. Obviously, Bibisara wants to just take advantage of the fact that white's king is very exposed, and she has the bishop that has targets the pawn on f4, and she's going for it immediately. Queen h4, bishop h6.
Yeah, bishop g7 was a bit of a mysterious move. I would have thought she wants to control the g file, but here she had a different idea. She was eyeballing for the pawn on f4, bishop h6, bishop d7. What a resource here for white. Suddenly, black forgot to control the d7 square, which allows white to target the rook on c8 and counterattack the pawn on f5.
Yeah, and it just goes to show there's a saying in chess where there's two people that can play the game, and that's exactly, if bishop to d7 is found, white is the one that's going to be taking over the initiative. But the players have been repeating with rook h3, rook g3. We'll be seeing more as Yifan ticks down under 20 seconds, and she goes for the repetition. And it's a draw.
Yeah, I think she decided that it's a bit risky to continue. I'm pretty sure she saw bishop d7, but since she had already the repetition in the pocket, why not continue? The next game is about to start. So again, no, I thought we were going to see open Cecilia. And no, instead, Asabayeva goes for d4.
Yeah.
Okay.
Will we see c5? Yes. We're going to get the most aggressive version of the Bogo Indian here with c5, queen to d2. a5 is going to bolster that pawn, and a3, white immediately puts the pressure on it. And you want to be holding on to that strong point. So that's why we see knight a6.
This is also one of the early games where Bibisara early took on b4, knight b4, knight a3, which allowed the Chinese grandmaster ultimately to equalize the game and even take over the game. And that's why she is going to keep the tension here, because if black plays early, b takes on a3, white's not going to take with the knight. I think white's going to take with the b pawn to open up the semi-open b file, and then you have some pressure against the pawn on b6. So queen e2. The question is, how do you clarify things here at the queen side? The knight on a6 for the moment is stuck, defending the pawn on b4.
Yeah, and I think it's going to stay that way for a long time as both players just kind of sit with that tension there and try to divert their attention to the other side of the board. But yeah, you're indicating e5, e4 is a big threat. So Bibisara has to do something about that. You don't really want to be kind of locking things up with d5 because the knight will jump into c5. Yeah, pawn takes pawn isn't necessarily the direction you want to be going either. So big question. Not an easy one.
Yeah. Bishop c2 was instead chosen here by white, so giving the bishop another square on a4, attacking the rook on e7. I suppose also at the center, the tension is going to remain for a while because, as you already highlighted, Yobi, I don't think that white wants to give up the c5 square. Bishop c6. What about bishop b5 here? Because bishop b5, you can get to the knight on a6 and now start tickling this pawn on b4. So black is having some problems here.
Yeah, and nice move there. And in fact, black is the one that's forced to deal with the tension, as we're seeing white now start to take the upper hand, because something that we've pointed out again and again with this particular pawn structure is the pawn on b6 is a target, the knight on a6 is misplaced, and this beautiful bishop sitting on the long diagonal on c6, that's about to get liquidated.
Yeah, so white has definitely got something out of the opening. Knight c7, we're going to see a trade here. And black is simply slightly worse because the pawn on b6 is a weakness, so there's no real dynamics. But the question is it enough? Because black can always play rook b8. You would love to get the queen to help the queen side. You can't play queen d3. There's going to be a fork on e4. Maybe queen d1, queen b3 instead.
Yeah, and this is the beauty about chess. As a spectator, one is very objective and go, well, hang on a second, is it enough? As a player, often we're like, oh my goodness me, that b6 pawn, how are we going to handle it? It's going to torture me for the end of the game. And it kind of inspires or provokes us to take rash decisions. As we see here, white has gone on the full offensive, perhaps inspired by this target on b6, d5, and then going e4. But it has come with a cost, the knight now jumping to c5.
That's a very big cost, if you ask me, because the c5 square seems to be very critical, and somehow I do not like this. And I saw Danger was liking white's opportunities to play knight h4, knight f5, but I mean, black always would meet up with g6, so that's why I was pretty sure that Bibisara was not even looking in this direction. So now white's advantage is gone because black simply controls the c5 square, and the question is it enough for white have anything real for just doubling the rooks here? Rook b2, rook b1, because the pawn on b7 is well defended?
Well, this is a huge issue, actually, and I do like the way that she's handled this particular stage by going h4. She's got ideas of going now. She can post up a rook to b5 and double on the b line in that direction. But yeah, now I'm looking at this queen move to e7, targeting the pawn, and well, Bibisara is being very brave, extending the pawn as far as it can go. But I gotta say, this knight on g3 holds everything together. There's going to be no pawn breaks on f5, but I spoke too soon because black is challenging g6.
Yeah, and by the way, also, do you notice, Yobi, what's happening in the past couple of games? Yifan is playing much faster. Because in the 5+1 section, at least the feeling I was getting, the vibe I was getting from the first games is that Bibisara was playing much faster and Yifan was being the one who is making the slower decisions. And now already for more than one game, it feels that it is Asabayev actually who is spending a bit more time. So she's trying to adjust her match strategy, maybe not play too fast. And look at this, she's down to the last 20 seconds already.
She's down to the last 20 seconds and she's piled up the pressure on the B pawn. And queen to D8 is a very natural move, defending everything. This does allow Bibisara, though, to take over the initiative, but that's not an easy kind of call because I don't see any path to break through on the king side. So that's why we're seeing Bibisara. She doesn't have any time. She's just got 6 seconds. Drop the queen. She just wants to keep the situation quite fluid until she can come up with an idea.
Yeah, I mean, also black doesn't really have a clear plan because the queen on d8 is tied to defend a pawn on b6. I mean, you would love to slide it over somewhere to the king side. Queen f6, get the queens off the board, but the pawn on b6 is vulnerable. That's why she plays queen c7. But again, queen g4, knight f5. Are we going to see a repetition here?
Maybe. I mean, it's not easy to handle this position with just 4 seconds on the clock. So I can understand Bibisara. For Yifan, there's not too many active opportunities. Again, she drops the queen back. The rook again shuffles. This is just the waiting game in action. And now we have knight to d7. Maybe this is the way that Yifan's going to make some progress, but she can't trade on h5 because that would ruin the king's safety.
Yeah, and here comes the black queen. Queen f6 feels to be like a progress because now the knight on d7 defends the pawn on b6. Knight c5. I already prefer black's position. Queen f4. No, we might still see the repetition. And it's a draw.
And it's a draw. Yeah, I actually thought that Yifan was starting to take over there, and Bibisara just no time on the clock, but well held. And I liked the composure that Bibisara showed there. 4.5, 3.5. There we started with a 5+1, but now this is the total 6.5, 4.5. Wow, what a first half of the 3+1 we've seen.
Yeah. So I'm also very, very intrigued to see that both players are adjusting their strategy. For example, Bibisara is trying to play slower, invest a bit more time in making the decisions because she's trailing behind on the match. And also Yifan is changing her repertoire because for 5+1 portion, he was playing the open Sicilian with queen d4. 3+1, she switched to knight takes on d4, the classical Sicilian. So I think that both players have definitely more than one tricks prepared for the upcoming games.
Yes, and Yifan there with a 2-point lead over Bibisara. 7 points to 5. Well, the big question is, will Yifan extend her lead in the second portion of the 3+1, or will Bibisara manage to deal with Yifan's flexibility and get that comeback? We're going to take a short break. When we return, more chess, more fun, more action.
Are you neglecting chores at home because you're 3 Cheeto bags deep in the middle of your 37th Blitz game in a row as you sit on the toilet? Well, the good news is that you don't have to worry about missing chess anymore. All you have to do is add the Chess.com widget to your home screen. Whether you're using an Android or an iOS device, you will get alerts. And the most important app in your life, the Chess app, will get the attention it deserves. So get back to real life, find some balance, and know that you'll never miss an alert because Chess.com has your back.
B like boy.
Okay.
White queen e6. White bishop d5. White pawn b7.
Okay.
Okay. Black king e8. Black rook h8. Black bishop c7. Black knight a8.
A8.
Correct, in the corner. Yeah. And black pawns b6 and e7.
Yes.
And that's it. White to move.
Checkmate in 2 because it's winning position and I don't have... checkmate in 2.
B8 knight.
Okay, and let's say the bishop takes the knight.
Queen C8 white.
Okay, and
The reason is now the only move black can do in the first position that's not mate in one, it's bishop d8. And that's why I put the knight, and after bishop d8 I have queen f7 mate.
and there's one other toggle move, which is rook f8, which seems to do nothing
Yeah.
but...
Queen d7.
Very good.
Yeah.
So black either puts the bishop or the rook in the
Yes.
way of the king, and you mate
Yeah.
the other way. Fantastic. All right, did you find some beauty in that one?
Yeah, it's nice one. I liked.
Have you ever promoted to knight in a chess game?
I think no, but maybe I forget, but no.
Okay. It'll be a thing of beauty when you do.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right, well, you crushed it. Thank you, Bibisara.
Thank you.
Back with the second half of the 3+1 portion. So far, Yifan has a 2-point lead over Bibisara Salbaeva. Question is, can she keep it up as the match starts entering those final few minutes? We've got 20 minutes of 3+1 remaining. Then it's going to be 25 minutes of a bullet ahead. It's going to be all about endurance from now on.
Yeah, absolutely. So far, I think the first half of the match has been pretty thrilling. It did not disappoint, and it always goes down to the last seconds. Also, we see the players adjusting their match strategy, like the opening choices for Yifan. Bibisara keeps switching between e4 and d4, trying to find the right pace, and also she is trying to adjust the amount of time she's spending in the opening phase. So I think that we might still see more adjustments, obviously, as the match progresses forward.
Yeah, both players are trying to find that rhythm. Because once they start to hit, then we can see a significant shift in the match. So, for instance, if Yifan finds her stride, we could see her going into the bullet with a significant lead. But if Bibisara just switches it up, finds the weakness, then who knows what's going to be happening? Because one thing I got to be saying is that when it comes to the bullet, it's 25 minutes of 1 minute plus 1 second. Here it's going to be all about who's familiar. Yes, maybe we should do this as well, artists. Perfect start to the chess, to the broadcast during the break, and get active. And Yifan, she is a professor in chess, but also she also deals with sports and also the impact of chess on education. And here she's showing us why she is a 4-time women's world champion and also a former WSCC champion. As we see once again, it's an open Sicilian and the knight jumps into d5. Yifan is sticking with this philosophy.
Yeah. The question here is she going to stick with the philosophy of castling the short side or the long side? Because I felt that in the previous rounds, the long side was working better for her. No, again, it's the short side, played very quickly. The king to the king side, king h1, tucking the king away to the safety. Rook a to e1. Does it signal some sort of a f4 push in the future?
To my eyes, yes, that she's getting ready for, and here it is. We don't have to speculate anymore. F4, F5, maximum tension, maximum conflict in the center.
Yeah, so this is where black tries to generate some play. D takes on e5, knight takes on e5. I mean, Engine was saying D takes on e5 is a possibility to have this wonderful small center, but it would also allow white to push for the d pawn. Queen c3. One thing I don't quite like about black's position is this one big weakness on e6. So with the knight on b3, what is clearly heading there?
Yeah, and the last move, a4, was positively encouraging that knight to appear. But the big question is, now the knight is there on d4, should it actually post up to e6? My inclination is no. Just have it as a threat to bully black with.
Yeah, that could be one thing. Like here, white has a choice. Maybe reinforce the threat, remove the knight that defends the e6 square with bishop h6, bishop g7, but you kind of like the darks with bishop or do something else. She did this. She did put the bishop here. Bishop f6 takes on g7, and it's actually an exchange sacrifice, assuming that white is going to take the exchange.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's a big assumption, is actually, because that knight on e6 is no longer just a knight, is literally a beast. So in comes the queen to h4, and I must say the materialist in me says grab the knight, the rook, and just to take it off and start to count those chickens. Oh.
Yeah, I think for a blitz game, Yovi accepting the rook might be a bit dangerous because black keeps this wonderful knight on e5, bishop on g7. Also, we have obstacle bishops on the board. And previously in the match, we saw that maybe taking the materialistic side is not always the best choice because it's all about who controls the initiative. And that's why here Yifan is hesitating. She's not doing this. I mean, she's of course aware there's a rook of the fate under attack, but how about for some positional choices, which might be maybe queen b4, attacking the pawn on d6? No, exchange it is.
Exchange it is. I mean, I was going to say, if I do not advocate for grabbing that rook, I should lose my membership of the Pawn Grabbers Association. I'm a materialist through and through. But now your queen to b4, I was going to say it's tempting, but at the same time, a little bit concerned about the safety of the king, as we see b3 just reinforcing the structure, and still the king safety is an issue. The queen on c3 wants to keep some connection with the h2 square.
And b4 and a takes on b3 was a miss because black could have played knight g4, but this would also suggest that we might see queen trade on the board. I don't really know if Bibisara missed this. Instead, she's opting for f4. I mean, visually, it makes sense. Play g5, g4, f3. Maybe also the rook is going to slide to f6, h6, and just go for the checkmate.
Yeah. And after queen to c2, given an exclam, I suspect that's exactly what Bibisara will do as she throws in g5. This is still really murky position despite what the computer and the evaluation bar is saying, because there's still ideas of g4, g3. The question is that how quick is white? Can you just go g4 in, because she's going to go for it.
This is really scary stuff. Yeah, queen e4, that's a great resource right there. I mean, pinning the queen, f3, I think you can take it. There's no g3. I think this was actually the real threat. Play f3 and then play g3, which now is impossible because the queen on h4 is under attack. g3, big committal choices there.
Yes, some big issues as well. Now, I think you had to grab that pawn on c5, d6. In comes another pawn, and everything is getting ready for the rooks to get mobile. Now you can go rook to d1. There's no ideas of f3 on the board. There's no threat to the black king whatsoever. So get behind the asset, but bishop to d3, also good enough. Threatening queen takes h7. What a dangerous battery.
Yeah, it's a very concrete idea. I suppose queen h6 is going to be queen d5 check and rook takes on e5. So most likely black cannot do this. And if you cannot do this, I mean, how do you defend the pawn on h7? Engine says rook f7, but I don't think it's really human. But I mean, how else do you continue here? Definitely not knight x on d3, because if you do this, all of your dynamics, they're gone.
They're gone, and the d pawn is simply going to be a killer. And if you go queen takes d6, well, you're going to have to live with a queen posting up to h7. There's also going to be queen h5 checks in the air. And once again, the rook takes f4 as well. It's just going to fall apart. So this is why Bibisara, she's locked in thought, but her position is already very desperate. Rook f7. She might just find that move from desperation.
Yeah, out of lack of alternatives, because you don't trade the queens here. And I think you have to go for some f3 push at some point. And maybe this is what she's thinking right now. f3 takes and g2 and expose the king. But wait a second, she did play knight e3. That's surprising.
Yeah, well, okay, maybe it was just lack of a good choice. Everything was losing, so this is just whatever. And The rook comes to d8, but sure enough, Yifan wins and she extends her lead. It's now 8 points to 5.
Yeah, there was apparently resignation on the board just to keep the games going because she's trailing behind in the match. She doesn't want to drag these games forever. If a game is lost, you continue. And again, we're back to the Bogo Indian position and d4, so no more open Sicilians at this stage.
Yeah, and now we see a change of approach, though, from Yifan. She no longer wants to liven things up with c5. Instead, the bishops come off and goes for d5. The downside to this is that White's plan is usually, as Bibisara is indicating, you put a rook on c1. Eventually, you're going to be taking on d5. Usually when Black has tried to liberate the bishop on c8 by going b6. And then you just play very comfortably. This is also good enough. And I would say the absence of the dark square bishops tends to favor White.
Yeah, slightly. So we have a typical cosped position where, as you said, the dark square bishops have gone from the board with a different move order. And in a classical sense here, both players have clear plans. White is trying to play a pawn minority at the queen side, like rook b1, b4, b5, create a weakness on c6. For Black, it's a bit easier. You go for a king's attack. And one thing I really like about Black's chances here is this pawn on h3, which is something you can potentially use as a target or as a hook, potentially even sacrifice a bishop there.
Yeah, and that's why we're seeing that knight get removed from the board, and more trades are appearing, and knight is going to come to d2. But the one thing I would say is the downside to the Black position as well is that often a dark square bishop is needed in order to get that killer attack on the king side. And that is not happening right now as we see bishop to f5, setting up a pin. I'm expecting knight to d2 just to get out of the pin and get out of any tactics.
Yeah, and it's happening. But what about f3? I was wondering, and that's why here she took with the bishop, because f3 pinning the bishop in f5 was posing to be a problem. And now I don't think that f3 is happening anymore. So White would love to trade a queen so that she could focus at the queen side, play something like b4, a4, b5. Black plays queen e6. I love this move, Yovi. I think that Black is clearly still thinking about being active at the king side, like rook d5 and potentially rook g5.
Yeah, and the pawn on e4 just cuts the board in half. So definitely it's very possible that we might see your idea, rook d5, maybe even rook to g5. Okay, queen takes b7 is in the air, so Black can take a time out to deal with that. And I would expect moves such as queen to d7.
Queen d7 is a very solid move. Also b6, which was chosen by Black, but it does weaken the pawn on c6 and gives White very clear targets. Do you have the time to double the heavy pieces? Okay, Bibisara starts with queen c4, rook c8, rook c2. The plan is very clear. Triple the heavy pieces. Technically, this is Alec Hines' gun. All the heavy pieces hunting down the pawn on c6, and Black is forced to go into the defensive.
Yes. And Black actually can't start to unravel. You can't move the queen from e6, say, to g6, because queen takes rook is in the air and the rook on c7 is loose. Also, there's ideas of going b4, b5 for White to undermine things. So this is why we're seeing h5. Maybe Yifan will try to lock things down on the king side, go h4 just to create a target. But already I feel that Yifan is on the defensive here. Almost, it's like you don't have any right to play aggressively.
Exactly. So it's not so easy for Black to play this position. By the way, b5 is c5, so maybe not just yet. So queen d7 also opens up the path for rook g5 because the queen on e6 was always a target for a potential trade. And I don't think that the Chinese Grumster wants to trade the queens, because if you do, the pawn on c6 is just a weakness with no counterplay. And the one thing that the best players in the world, they're always worried about their counterplay.
They are, especially with the clock ticking down. And look at that. Because b5 was going to be met with c5, the queen dropped back to e2. Big threat of queen takes h3.
Whoa.
And this was handled by a very quick f4. I was expecting the king to sidestep things with king h1, but okay, that wasn't played. And now there's a threat of rook takes c6. So either you're dropping the rook back or you're just attacking the queen.
Yeah, I mean, the f4 really surprised me there. Now engine marks rook d5 is the only move, but what is important about this position perhaps is also the big difference on the clock, because Asabayev has extra 1 minute and she's pressing either b5 or d5. To be honest, b5 feels very natural, but what about black response with c5? Can you win the pawn? And I think this is also a very good moment to invest some time, and d5 is on the board.
d5 on the board, and Yifan is the one that is down on the clock as she tries to hold the balance, breaking out with c5, but this does cost her a pawn as pawn goes to g6. Okay, now let's start mobilizing the queen. Queen to d4 is what I would play.
Love it. It's a great move. Hitting the rook on f6, king g7 would allow to play rook c6, also you open path for e45. What must be technically winning, and Bibisara has the time to figure things out. Rook b6, you go for some counterplay. Rook c1, the safe defensive move right there.
Yes, and now comes, this is what you want to do. You want to get your 2 pawns in the middle to start advancing and support each other. e5, 43 seconds. There's nothing to stop white from going e5, d6, even e6. It's possible to completely blow open the king position, but you don't have to rush, as we see d6 being the move of choice. Oh, it's so close, right? Checkmating ideas. Queen e5, queen f6.
Yeah,
No, queen
f6.
e5.
There's many great moves, and I don't think the pawn on a4 really matters at this stage, so both players are not thinking about it. Queen b7, counterattacking the pawn on e4. That's a great choice, but what happens after takes it? That's a mate on the board. Very precise.
Very precise there. The d pawn is going to be the killer on that one. And now we're going to have checkmate with rook c8, and the rook is going to swing over to h8, deliver checkmate. And Bibisara gets a much needed victory to narrow down the gap. Now 8 points to 6 in Yifan's favor.
Okay. So again, she's sticking to her guns, knight d4 instead of queen d4, which was her favorite choice in the 5+1 portion. Bishop e3, we already had this position a couple of times before. Recently, the Chinese grandmaster was opting for a short castle. Is she going to repeat that? c4. So far, they're repeating the moves in the previous games. Yes, short castle it is.
Short castles, and the king tucks itself over in h1. And well, white has the bishop pair. Will we see ideas such as rook e1, f4? Yeah, I say that and it appears. So f4, and sure enough, it's the way you want to play with the bishops. You want to open up the position just to extend their range. As knight attacks the queen, queen is going to step up, I would say, to d4, where it is relatively safe.
But I really like the way Asabayev was playing this, because this is your dream setup from the Sicilian's Haveningen position. You play knight e5, that's a great outpost. You open up the other square for the kingside knight, knight e7. The Daxweb bishop is going to join the game with bishop f6, bishop g7. And this is precisely what she's doing. But then again, all of this maybe doesn't matter, because if you ask the advice to Stockfish, it says white is solidly better. And to be honest, Yowie, I don't even understand why.
Yeah, well, I was wondering, like, how is it possible for black to win material? And it actually wasn't. You couldn't go knight takes pawn because the bishop on e7 was hanging at the end of that variation. So that's why she goes and attacks the rook, but the rook defends the stronghold on c4. And it's very difficult for black to get active. Queen h3, and there's still a knight that's going to be posting up to either c6 or e6. It's really such a menace. So I like the way that Bibisara is handling this, offering up a trade. She has to accept that the trade is going to be happening because the rook stands there on c1. But
Yeah, I think
one of the
h3 was a miss, yeah? By Hof.
yeah, I don't think she spotted this idea. It's a blitz game. Anything can and will happen. So the question is, can she try to go bishop takes knight and change the dynamics in that way? But I don't really believe that. Better to get rid of all the bishops on the board, and this bishop on e2, well, you can find a home for it at some point. Deal with it later. It's a tomorrow problem.
Yeah, but black is definitely, at least visually, taking over the game, because training the ducks with bishops is one of the most important ideas for black. And Asabayeva is backing on the idea to have the good knight on e5 against the bad last square bishop on e2. So according to an engine, it's still equal, but show this position to any Sicilian Scheveningen player, they're going to say that black is having a lot of fun here. Knight c5, beautiful knights. Are we going to see something like f5 and knight e4 as well?
Okay, well, the knight does go to c5, f5. Okay, the knight on d4 doesn't have any good squares to jump to. But knowing this match, I suspect that at some point there's going to be a doubling of the rooks on the e line, and then h3, g4.
Ooh, love it. That's about to spice up things. And knight d4 marks as a mistake. Is it because of g4, as you already suggested, Yovi? But g4 is also a very committal move, because it doesn't seem like white is quite ready for this. The king is a bit weakened. What about some queen h4 stuff? But I guess that's why they say chess is a very concrete game.
It is a concrete game. And look at this. The rook was put on e3 in order to protect the pawn on h3. Knight to e6, I could understand the reasoning to do this, but mark my words, g4 is now going to make an appearance if black doesn't do anything.
All right. I mean, I love it. Yeah. Knight e6. I wonder what was the idea with this move, just to occupy this square. Now you see black is driving it out. Are we going to see a repetition here? No, I don't think so. The position is too sharp, probably.
Yeah, and Bibisara, she's down on the match, and we have 1 minute and 30 seconds remaining of the 3+1 portion. That's why Bibisara is thinking about things. Should she repeat positions? Maybe go to a draw? No, she decides queen to g7.
Yes, of course, there's also the match strategy. You have to take into account the clock as well, because it's only 1 minute left in the 3+1 segment. And if she would repeat the position, would be a draw. Maybe she would get one more game with white. But the position is good enough. Why risk it when you can continue? a3, here comes white's counterplay. a3, b4, white's about to play at the pawn majority at the queen side.
Yeah, and once b4 comes in, there are consequences in town, because the white knight will jump into e6. And this bishop on e2, which was such a bad piece, I mean, didn't have anything useful, it could really find itself mobilized with moves such as g4, just blasting things open. But b4, step one, is there, just trying to take control of the e-line, but given a question mark, but not because of this move. Knight comes to e6.
Yeah, there was an immediate move, rook e4, which was quite difficult to spot with so little time on the clock. And oh, that's a blunder! She blundered the knight at f7. Rook takes on e4. Now Yifan is going to win this, because no matter how do you take on e4, poor knight on f7 is under attack by the white rook on f1.
Yeah, and the match clock ticked down to 0. So this is going to be the final game of 3+1. We're going to be looking at 25 minutes of bullets, and Yifan will be going into that with a 3-point lead.
Yeah. So the game still continues. She's not giving up, because there's no need to resign early. There's no more games coming in this section, as you already said. White is technically winning. 23 seconds should be enough to win this.
Yep, and this is exactly the technique that you want to see. White just collects the e-pawn. Okay, it came at the cost of the b-pawn, but the knight on e6 is such a magnificent piece.
Yeah, it's just restricting black's pieces completely. So that's why here Asabayeva is looking for some sort of a counterplay against the pawn on c4. Knight g5, b5. Yes, it's a sad move, but you need your counterplay at the second rank. A couple of pawns are disappearing.
And now that the pawn is falling on h7, it's also going to mean that the d pawn is falling. And Yifan being cheeky, saying you can take on d5, but you're going to have to face bishop to e6 at the end. And the knight on g5 keeps everything connected, king to g3. And there's going to be issues.
Yeah. 5 seconds for white, so she can repeat the position always a couple of times. So only plus 1 second per move. So, oh, there goes the rook.
There goes the rook, and the g-pawn is going to fall. And Yifan strikes again, and she leaves this segment of the match with a 3-point lead. So far, 9 points to 6. So far, Yifan in complete control.
So it would seem, yeah, identical score both in 5+1 and 3+1, 4.5 points each for the Chinese grandmasters. She seems to be slightly ahead, and after the start of the match, when she gained a 2-point lead, Asabayeva briefly equalized, but Yifan came roaring back, and now she's once again in a very comfortable lead.
Well, leading 9 points to 6. Everything is going to be hinging on the bullet. Can Bibisara just raise her game, or will it be Yifan who coasts her way to the final? Well, it's going to be super exciting. And I tell you what is also exciting. Twitch is just better with a subscription to Chess.com. Your sub unlocks exclusive emotes made just for the Women's Speed Chess Championship, entertaining content during the breaks, plus an ad-free experience on Chess.com. Use !subscribe in chat to level up. And we'll be back with the rest of the 1 minute plus 1 second right after this break.
So now we just want you to say a few chess terms in your own language. Okay, so we can start with Czech.
We just say check.
Check.
It's Shah. Quack.
Schaak.
Tianjin.
Check. King.
It's Shah also.
Wang.
Kong, yeah. King.
Kung.
Koning.
Radio.
Queen. Dronning. Queen.
Mantri.
Ho.
Dame.
Wizard. Dam.
Rook. Rook. Torn.
Tre.
Enugu.
Tor.
Torn. Kale.
Knight.
Springare. At. Gudem.
Ma.
Paard. Springer. Dijk. Bishop. Bishop. Een loper. Loper.
Latare. Fil.
Xia.
Onte.
Castle.
Rock. We just say castle.
王之一位。
Rokade. Castle.
Rockade.
Rokade. And checkmate. Checkmate.
We just
Checkmate. Okay.
江山。
Checkmate.
Quackmat. Schachmat.
Schaakmat. Yeah. Now we have it. Perfect.
And this is white to move, yeah?
So white to move and win.
It's made in one, yeah?
Okay, let me think. Actually, I think it's quite hard. Because now I don't have any clue about it.
It's quite a tricky position. Queen to g3.
Correct.
Yeah.
Very good.
I'm sure this is made in one. Ah! Now I got it. Queen g3.
Queen g3. Yeah. Lovely.
Yeah. Thank God I'm a chess player. I saw that. Yeah.
So many pins, yeah? So many pins.
I don't consider any action or any experience is due to the sacrifice. I would rather put it on a way that for every individual's life, you need to make decisions. So decision is about you try to get something, but in the meantime, you decided not to choose the other things. So nothing about sacrifice. So become a chess player at a very young age. I would say that my time is a little bit different to those who goes to the schools and having their academic life, campus life, whatever. But just like your concentration is different, no matter about the other things. So I never thought about that. Did I sacrifice something? But on the other hand, I'm trying to understand and actually thinking about what I learned, what I gained through the chess experience. So one of the things I cherish the most is basically traveling at a very young age, meet with different people, to understand the different cultural background, things like that. That's a very interesting age. You know why? Because of that year, I played my first Olympiad and the first World Championship, Women's World Championship knockout system. So both happening when I was 12 years old. So if traveling back, I would just say enjoy your future chess journey and wonderful life. Yeah, that's all. Well, I love the question raised up today because I'm going to start my PhD in the coming September. So for majoring in neuroscience. And I'm just hoping that the new, let's say, academia field or the new research are gonna bring some interesting ideas. And also what I'm doing still has certain correlation with chess, not about playing chess, but in general. So I just hope that it will go deeper and more interesting. Yeah.
We are back with the 1 minute plus 1 second. It's the bullet. It's 25 minutes of frantic chess. And Artis, this is the moment where I always feel the need for speed as our players. They're going to bring their A game tonight. And Artis, how are you holding up?
All good, all good. It's only 7 a.m. here, so I'm definitely awake and I've had my morning coffee, and I just can't really wait because the bullet segment is probably one of the most exciting parts of the Speeches Championships, and I have a feeling, Yoey, that we are going to see some wild swings here.
Yeah, wild swings. I mean, we've seen a lot of adventure in this match. It's been full of thrills, spills, and absolutely everything that you can think of. Yifan, generally she's there. She's almost meditative at I was going to say the board, but it's not the board, it's the computer. She does the stretches, gets herself in the frame of mind. And Bibisara, she is trailing by 3 points. She has 25 minutes to set things right if she wants to take a place in the final. Whoever wins will get that place and will be meeting Alice Lee. And for a lot of the players, it's a big moment. There's a lot on the line for them. Especially there, we're seeing Bibisara in the middle of the night now for her in America, whereas Yifan is now coming to around about midday. Well, we'll find out who is in the better shape as it comes to this crunch time.
Yeah, but apparently bullet is the forte of the Kazakhstani players, so we are gonna see 1 minute plus 1 second. You never really know how it's going to go. I think for the psychological dominance, you need to have a great start. So for Asabayeva here, it would be really great that she would start with the victory. And in case she's going to be in trouble, I don't think she's going to try to hold on slightly worse endgames or much worse position, just resign very quickly and restart the next game because there's not so much time, only 25 minutes.
Yeah, It's not a lot at all. There's going to be no break at all. It's just going to be 25 minutes of relentless, ruthless chess. And we have kickoff as we see d4, c4, and it's the Bogo Indian again, bishop d2. And no, bishop takes bishop. It's instead c5. Yifan means business.
Yeah, so Bogo Indian is one of the big topics. Like we had Open Sicily in the first part of the match, and now we are switched back to some d4 stuff. Early a3 was played by Bibisara here, which means that probably she's going to grab the center at some point with some e4.
It is, and expecting queen e2, e4 business. But what the queen e2 was played, and now the knight jumps into b4. This seems to be a new move, not played in the database. So the bishop drops back, and now it's your issue. Are you going to go e4? Because black is for sure going to be going e5.
H3. To be honest, I never quite understood such moves, but maybe here the reasoning is very simple, just to not to blunder any back rank checkmates in the long run. Black responds exactly the same move, h6 and e4. That's the right move.
It is a great move, and there were downsides to going e5 actually, and that was this: the knight now being allowed to land on the d5 square, and now you should be, I'm tempted to capture with the e-pawn, and that's what she does. She corrects her pawn formation, and the bishop on b1 has opened up big time, and the rook on a3, I just want to point out, is primed and ready to leap over to the king side. Knight to d4, and you see the evaluation bar saying black is busted.
Yeah, visually maybe doesn't seem to be so obvious, but this rook is about to slide over to the king side. Rook g3, queen h5, knight f5, and black is just having some difficulties to protect the king, and I don't really know how do you respond. Bishop takes an e4. White saw a pawn, white took a pawn.
And why not get greedy? Now you can just convert those advantages into basically dynamic ones, because the rook is now coming into e7, and g7 is going to be the target. But watch out, because Yifan, she's making things complicated. Rook to e7. You can't go rook f7 because bishop e6. So knight, lovely move there from Bibisara.
That was a great move. Great move right there. And now I think white's going to win this d6, d7, rook e6, d takes on e6, double the rooks on the 7th rank. I mean, so far, what a superb game here by white.
Absolute class here. And also just doing it so quickly as well. Doubling on the 7th rank, rook takes g7. And Yifan, because she has a 3-point lead, it's in her interest to just extend things for as long as possible. As we see some checks being thrown in, going for the a-pawn. She can even go e7, but she doesn't rush with this. Rook takes h6.
Yeah, she's preparing this. Yeah, now it's on the board. Also rook h6 and rook h8, I would expect, and this game is over, and Asabayeva has the dream start for the bullet section. Now it's only 2 points between the both players. And guess what, Yovi? Yifan is back at queen d4.
She's back at queen d4 and now taking on f6. It's going to be that opposite color, so opposite side castling as the queen goes back to d2. And black's argument is that, okay, I have the bishop pair. Watch out, though. I just want to say queenside castling is a big no-no, because bishop to h6 will come and win the queen.
Yeah, you can't do that. I mean, that's why white plays knight e4, potentially have an opportunity to play f4. Wait a second here. I think here the Chinese grandmaster is losing a lot of tempo. Queen d2, queen d3, queen d1. And this bishop on h6, it has no rival here. Queen b6. Here, Bibisara feels momentum is in her favor.
It is in her favor, but knight to d5 is a very tempting move. Got the ideas that if the queen moves, you've got knight c7 in the air, but not working, because apparently you can take on b2.
Yeah, but it's a very difficult line, and I'm not sure if it works. Apparently, it does work because knight c7 was discarded. Oh my good! Oh my goodness, she found bishop d2. How on
Wow.
earth do you find it on seconds?
Wow.
Unbelievable.
Bibisara, we were talking about her prowess as a speed player. She's fantastic at bullet. Bishop d2, slam that one on the board. What a move. And Bibisara now taking full control. She's going to win this one, and she's going to narrow down that gap.
I'm just stunned, to be honest. I'm stunned by two reasons. Reason number one, how quickly Bibisara spotted the bishop d2 move. And the second, how casual she was like, okay, it's like, I'm doing this before breakfast. Bishop d2, no big deal, you know? So she stays locked in, has an extra exchange, and now just trying to convert this.
Yeah. And, part of her preparation that she talked about for the candidates was literally how to play when you have no time on the clock. They were training with a 30-second increment, but for sure it is paying off a big time here as we see Bibisara take the full control. Now she's got a very mobile pawn center. They're going to start advancing, just depriving the knight of squares. And not only is Bibisara ahead on the clock, she's got a fantastic position to boot as well.
I have a feeling that she didn't really need that 5+1 and 3+1. Yeah, you don't need that extra time because when it comes to 1+1, it's all about the instincts and everything. And it just feels like this is a completely different Bibisara Sabaeva, making all the right choices. Very, very good feeling on dynamics. And Yifan is going to have to change something very quickly.
Yeah, she's going to have to unsettle Bibisara. Easier said than done. After finding moves like bishop to d2 at tempo. There we see, okay, maybe this is going to be a repetition. No, but Yifan, no time on the clock. She gets mobile with a knight, attacks f6. Well, f5, setting up a bishop. I mean, this is nice here as well.
Like this trade. Yeah, the pawn on b4 now is loose. She blundered this, and do you enter the pawn endgame? I don't like that, but this was a great opportunity there.
It's a great opportunity for her, and Yifan, just 2 seconds. Can she hold her nerve just to keep things alive? Uh-oh, hang on a second. The e-pawn will start checking.
Yeah, there was an e4 opportunity there for black. I mean, again, the players are playing in the last seconds. It was literally impossible to find it. Black is still pressing. White's position is really difficult here.
Yeah, it's difficult, and the king goes back, could have come forward, and it's anyone's game here as the king gets checked. Okay, g4 only move.
Yeah.
King, and now
just like that, white is up a pawn. Could be a draw, and it's a draw.
It is a draw.
Wow. But this is also a great opportunity for Asabaeva because she was clearly in charge of this game, and somehow Yifan managed to stop the bleeding.
Yeah, I was going to say, though, for Bibisara, that would have been very disappointing because she found such great moves. Bishop to d2, and she was well on her way to converting that. And Yifan, she managed to hold on to defend that one. Very important save there, especially when you watch the match clock as well, because every game and every move literally counts. 16 minutes, 28 seconds remaining in the match. b3, solidifying the center. And Yifan, she got into trouble with her last Queen's Indian here. I'm seeing that black has the more passive positions, a more very solid position, but this bishop on c3 doesn't make a great impression.
Yeah, I mean, that's why probably white will find a way to improve it. Maybe bishop b2, bishop a3. And also, I find it to be interesting that Bibisara has switched to d4 because it seems that, at least in this match, it works for her a bit better. And knight e5 just played.
Yeah, knight e5. And, where's this bishop going to go? Like somehow I feel like it almost could go on e1 to go f3 and then do the big fight back. But okay, bishop to b2 makes a whole lot of sense. And okay, f3 happens right now.
So the position is more or less balanced, but here Bibisara is the one who is in a situation where she desperately needs the victory because, I mean, I think mentally also you want to come back from this 2-point deficit as quickly as possible. She already has decreased the Chinese Grandmaster's lead by 1 point, but you need more victories.
Yeah, you need more victories if you want to at least take the match to tie breaks. See rook c2, the idea of doubling, and sure enough it makes, and then f4, maybe g4, go all the way. But we're going to see f5, and now things are getting spicy. But Bibisara doesn't have so much time on the clock as she goes for broke.
Look at this, and also the speed of the Chinese Grandmaster. She's playing really fast. 25 seconds, yeah, and at some point it seems that she's starting to outplay Asabayeva, and then Asabayeva immediately starts to conjure some tricks at a kingside. It's all about who is going to control the initiative, but here I feel the queens are about to disappear from the board.
Yeah, and unfortunately, rook to... Okay, the queen did disappear, but not in the way that we expected, as suddenly looks like the two rooks will have to start working very nicely if they want to fight the queen. Queen's such a strong long-range piece, and you got to be careful. Maybe some checks.
Yeah, don't underestimate the two rooks, though. They tend to work together really nicely, and I think the black is happy with a draw here because she's leading the match. Why not? Yes, I need to draw.
She could have dragged it. Yeah, maybe it was smart play there from Bibisara that she didn't try to advance with the king, because then it would have burnt more time on the match clock. 13 minutes and 30 seconds remaining there as queen drops back to d2.
And long castle. I love this. Probably there's going to be a long castle here. So the Chinese Grandmaster goes back to proven values that did really well for her in the beginning of the match. Here, I'm not sure you want to take on f6 because the dark squares are going to be pretty weak. Knight d4, f4. We saw this motif already several times early in this match, Joey.
Yeah, and we're going to see it again. Will we see more of the gutsy g5 idea that Black did utilize in order to sacrifice a pawn in order to get control over the e5 square? Well, not for now, as we see b5 still very much could be an idea. No, but bishop takes knight, and you take bishop.
Yeah, that was a pretty committal choice, if you ask me, because knight takes on b5. The spicy stuff is happening right here. You have a look at this. There's a piece sacrifice, 3 pawns for the piece, knight takes on d6, e5. I love this choice. Engine says it's not a big deal, but you don't want to go on defensive in a bullet game if you're black.
No, and I gotta say, I mean, white has to be super precise here as well, because those 3 pawns that white has as compensation, at the minute they are not fighting units. I mean, everything is going to hinge on the safety of the black king. The bishop is being driven back, and now I almost think that you've got to start doing some repair work, like a knight takes f7 is not... I don't believe in it, but it gets played.
You can't do this, actually, but why? Queen d7 is rook d... she forgot about the back rank. It doesn't work. So I was about to say that this game might be the decider because it's a very, very clutch game. Either Yifan is going to extend her lead or Asabayeva is going to come back within the 1-point difference. And as soon as I'm about to say that, there was the blunder, but the game is, of course, still not over because white has still a lot of tricks at the kingside.
Still a lot of tricks, but there's a knight and a queen that are all primed to just go to the middle of the board and help in the defense of the king. But with the clock ticking down, anything can and often does happen. As we see the bishop, look at that, the evaluation bar starts rising. She missed this one.
There's a piece blunder, but thank goodness black has 2 extra pieces, so she can afford to blunder one of them.
Yes, but the white has to get mobile with the pawns, and that's a very objective, simple-minded task. And black is also mobilizing. Yes, it's unfortunate that the bishop stands there on b3 because now b4.
And even if the Chinese Grandmaster is going to lose this, she's going to want to play this on forever and ever because, again, the clock is ticking. We have only 10 minutes left. She is leading the match by 2 points, but by the looks of it, it looks like Asabayeva is going to decrease the margin. Of course, keep the game going and try to gain the precious seconds here.
Yeah, that's exactly what she's doing here. She throws in a pawn. Doesn't really matter about giving up a pawn because the e-pawn is going to promote. But note how Yifan, she doesn't give up the ghost. She only does it until she can burn down the match clock for just a few seconds more. And just under 10 minutes now, as Bibisara now, it's a 1 point lead that Yifan has.
Exactly. So it's getting really, really close. And the Chinese Grandmaster's 3-point lead has essentially evaporated to the minimal advantage. So she cannot afford to lose any more games. She sticks to her weapons, the Bogo Indian or Queen's Indian or whatever is this, because so far it's been working well for her. White has the bishop here. Well, black has the easier game at the king side.
Yeah. And we see black is very compact there. Gives up the bishop pair in order to weaken the structure. And this is a good decision, I would say, because I'm reminded of what you said earlier on, that everyone knows that when it comes to fast chess, those knights, they are very crafty.
Yeah, they tend to be super, super tricky. And look at this, e4, great move here by Yifan, tried to close the ducks with bishop. Knight e4 going for some counterattack. f5 or rook e8 or knight f6. All of these seem to be solid moves. The position is about balanced.
Yeah, very solid moves as knight comes in. She wants to post the knight up to f3. That is definitely going to be a thorn. So white says absolutely not. And well, hang on a second. We have ideas such as queen h5.
Ah, wait, it drops a pawn, right? Queen h5, h6, and h4? The pawn in 5 is dropping, so the 5 idea seems to be correct. It's a logical idea to close the bishop, but it has some concrete problems. Or f3 here. Black is dropping material.
Yeah, f3. And actually, how are you going to hold on to the f5 pawn? As it looks set that Bibisara could level the match.
This could be it. This could be the equalizing game. Unbelievable. So she's about to stage an incredible comeback of potentially 3-point deficit. Of course, the game is still continued. Only 20 seconds left for both players. But the pawn seems to be gone. Unless you somehow complicate things with a 4, maybe?
I like that chat there. Says they want bonus games to make us stay awake for longer, Arturs. And I for sure would be up for that, because the way that these two have been playing has been just uncompromising fighting chess. And that's exactly what we want as the players are down to the last 10 seconds. The white pieces, they are starting to come forward, but black is holding firm.
Yeah, and the pawn is still there. I thought at some point that the white's going to win the pawn, but no. Bishop f2. Here comes Yifan's counterplay. It's all about controlling the squares. e5. That's a very big move there.
It's a very big move, but it does control a lot of the dark squares. And look at that bishop. It's going to go and try and find itself a home on c3. That would be deadly. And anything can happen here with no time on the clock. Oi, g5.
Ooh, she blundered a piece.
She blundered a piece. Oh my god.
Somebody might flag
what
this.
What is happening? It is going to come down to that because rook takes h4. Oh no. And it's all gone wrong. As Yifan wins and extends her lead to 2 points. And we have just 6 minutes and 22 seconds remaining on the match clock. So everyone keep an eye on that timer that is ticking down, because Bibisara now has to make up a 2-point deficit if she wants to take it to tie breaks.
Maybe this was the decider. Yeah, this maybe was the decider, because it's going to be really difficult for Asabayeva now to recover, because she was this close, eliminated 2-point lead and about to score the third victory. No, ultimately the Chinese Grandmaster came back. But anyway, we are continuing on the next game. Here we have again some sort of Sicilian. The Chinese Grandmaster plays a short castle, being very solid. She doesn't need to do any fancy stuff here.
She doesn't do anything fancy, but okay. Well, Bibisara now maybe has a golden chance. Kick back the knight and then go f5, come in with the pieces. Bibisara needs to win, and she needs to do it very quickly as well.
I love this move,
Have this
e6.
going. Mhm.
Yeah. This looks really good. Knight b4, defensive move, because knight e3 was feeling really awkward. It does drop the pawn on b2 though. Knight takes, bishop takes on b2. No, knight d5 instead. Interesting.
Yeah. And I think it's the goal of every single Sicilian player to post up a knight on e5. If you can get that knight there, and they're very happy, even if the rest of the position is in tatters. And as it stands, queen e3. I mean, white does have a target on d6. So why not just get those rooks to the open lines?
Yeah, she's trying to get to the pawn, and I think also Asabayeva is looking for this right moment to play a fight, but somehow it's never the right time, and that's why she plays knight g6, bishop b5, going for some more positional approach. Bishop h5. What about knight f4? Yeah, bishop h5 felt a bit slow.
It did feel like it was out of time, and actually she has to sound the retreat of bishop to d1, and now Bibisara is the one taking over. Got the space. Bishop takes b2. What's to stop her grabbing that pawn? Yeah,
you can take it.
Material.
Free pawn. Always take the pawns. Worry about the consequences later. So always worked for me, and it also worked for Asabayeva. Bishop e5.
Yeah, and the queen posting up to b6. Queen goes to e7, and the dream for Yifan is actually if she could drag this game for as long as possible.
Like 3 minutes and 35 seconds.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Because if she does that, well, that's it. The match is over.
Yeah, it feels like there's already some killing blows somewhere, some knight e2, or where's the king g7, queen c1, rook c3. Black is invading white's defenses, and there was a miss apparently somewhere. It's gone already.
It's gone, but this is exactly what Yifan is dreaming about, because now the position it's locked up and it's not so easy. And look at this. This is a kind of time wasting position where black can just wait it out and wait it out. The kings are coming. Oh no.
Goodness. She blundered the fortress. She played knight b5. She thought it's winning, but now she can't make any progress. So she played it on seconds, and now she's about to realize, wait a second, she has an extra pawn in the pawn endgame, but she cannot win this because white is not going to trade those pawns.
And take a look at this. As we see, the position is completely locked. And look at the match clock as well, Artis. Just 2 minutes and 26.
But this was actually a blunder by the Chinese grandmaster. She could have continued to play this for a very long time. She went for the repetition, but she could have played it for like 50 moves.
Exactly. And then it would really become mission impossible for Bibisara. Yifan has a 2-point lead, 2 minutes remaining in the match. Will Bibisara be able to win 2 games in 2 minutes?
She needs a quick checkmate. Some sort of a desperate checkmate. I don't know, throw every single piece at the opponent and flag or something. But it does look really likely because the clock is tickling with the double speed down to the 0 mark. Right now, in my eyes, Yifan is a huge favorite to win this match.
She's a huge favorite indeed. And also, as the match clock starts to dwindle down, is looking more and more certain that Yifan is going to make it through to the final, and she will be the one facing off against 16-year-old Alice Lee. 1 minute, 16 seconds remaining on the match clock.
I think it's like 30-second window, 25-second window for white, not to lose any time, because look at this. The timer is only 1 minute left and Yifan has 45 seconds. I think right now also Bibisara knows that this match essentially is over.
Yeah. And Bibisara there in the end, just not managing just to put those points away. She came so close in so many games in that bullet portion, had a fantastic position, found some amazing resources instantly, and then somehow didn't manage to clinch the point. And now Hou Yifan with the black pieces. She's got 40 seconds left. There's 27 seconds remaining on the match timer. Hou Yifan can just wait this one out.
Yeah, but why lose when you can try to play it on, of course. But I think that Bibisara was definitely very, very close to stage this comeback. And she was proving her bullet skills. But ultimately, Hou Yifan managed to win this clutch game. Like at this one stage, there was this one moment when Asabayeva was within 1 point, having a very close to winning position. She lost that game, and it was so difficult to forget and recover after that.
Yeah. Very difficult to recover after that one. I would also say that that's the first game that they drew where Bibisara had full control. And Hou Yifan managed to get away with the draw. You know, bishop to d2 came, and Bibisara was really showing us some spectacular chess. And somehow, with that draw, she lost a little bit of the momentum.
Yeah. And now we're seeing the final moves of this game because the timer is officially out. So even if Asabayeva is going to win this, Hou Yifan is going to take down the match at least by 1 point difference. Could we also see some repetition here? The position is pretty deadlocked. It's a matter of principle here.
It is a matter of principle. It's going to be the final game, and it is a draw, and Hou Yifan makes it to the final, beating Bibisara Asabayeva 11.5 points to, actually 12 points to 10 points. 2-point lead. And in the end, Hou Yifan showing that she had good instincts and she held her nerves. She came under some serious pressure there from Bibisara. But in the end, Hou Yifan takes it and makes it all the way through to the top.
I think it was really well-deserved because she was pretty much leading the match from the start, from the get-go. She established a 2.0 lead at the very beginning. At 1 point, Asabayeva equalized the score, and then immediately the Chinese Grandmaster restored the lead. And then in the bullet section, again, it became very, very close. So I think it was a very equal, well-fought match, and both players were definitely worthy of each other. But somehow, in the very end, the Chinese Grandmaster was slightly better.
Yeah, and it was a really intense game. I love the way that both players just came out swinging from the beginning all the way to the end. The action, the fun, the entertainment did not stop. And we can see we have our final locked in. It's going to be Alice Lee against Hou Yifan. We started with 32 players. We now just have 2.
Yeah, so I can't really wait for the final because the performance of Alice Lee lately has been really incredible. And again, the way she defeated the reigning world champion Ju Wenjun with a dominant score, this is also something definitely that Hou Yifan is going to take into her mind. And it just means that this is going to be a finale that everybody is going to want to see.
Absolutely. It's going to be epic. And it's the type of finale where the players are going to be bringing all of their games, all of the gear, all of their moves. And in case you missed it earlier, you can still make your move and grab the official Chess.com Essential Collection. Get 20% off the tea and hat bundle through August 15th, or pick up your favorite pieces individually. Hit !summer in chat to check out the store and claim your 20% off. And we'll be back in just a short moment with an interview with Hou Yifan.
Do you ever practice blindfold chess?
Yeah, of course.
Okay, well, now we're going to put you to the test.
Okay.
Okay, players have been doing well so far. I hope you do the same. So this is actually going to be black to move.
Okay.
All right, so black king h8.
Okay.
Black queen e7. Black rooks e8 and a8. Black bishops c7 and c6. Black knights b6 and g4. Black pawns H7, G7, F5, B7, and A6. Okay, I can repeat
5
back.
pawns, right?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay.
Yeah.
White king G1, white queen C2, white rooks F1 and D1, white bishops E3 and B3, white knights E2 and C3, and white's pawns are H2, G3, F2, D4, C4, B2, A3.
White knights on E2 and C3, right?
Yes,
Okay.
and white is up 2 pawns. Black to move is the puzzle.
And the white rooks F1 and D1, right?
Correct.
Okay. Black to move. Oh yeah, it's queen H4.
How'd you get it so quickly?
No, I saw these ideas before.
Got it. Was it a little bit harder because the first one was not check, or did you just spot the idea right away?
No, I spot the idea, yeah.
Okay. And just for completion, for people that are not quite grandmaster at home,
Yeah.
tell us why you're hanging your queen on move 1.
Yeah, I want to take on H2 and give a mate, and white cannot take on H4 because of bishop H2 mate.
Very good. All right. Well, there was almost no piece missing from the board, and you crushed it. So
Yeah.
good job on that one.
Does an own goal count? Hey guys, new plan. If I make this shot, we're gonna launch a no ads plan. Hey guys, last try. If I make this bullseye, we're launching the no ads plan. No more questions. I did it! I made the bullseye! Do it! Launch the no ads plan!
Love chess but don't like ads? Sign up for Chess.com's no ads plan and play chess ad-free.
Who have ever lived, your job is to name one for each letter of the alphabet A through Z. You can do first or last name. We're going to give you 3 minutes. Get set, go.
Aronian.
Abdusattarov.
Arjun.
Alexander Grishuk.
Okay, Vishwanath Anand. Botvinnik.
Baburin.
Bachman. Like, I don't know. I cannot remember some strong chess play.
Brown.
B. Boris Gelfand.
Boris Gelfand. B. Carlsen.
C. Kurt Hansen.
It's actually very hard, you know? I was thinking to be very easy.
Best player of all time.
Carlsen, yeah. It's crazy now. I mean, I'm very bad in this game.
Carlsen.
Yeah.
Carlsen.
Caruana. C.
D, I'll say David Bronstein.
D. Donchenko.
D. Sometimes you have forgot every name when you are playing some games. D. Yeah, just skip, yeah.
Ding.
Okay.
D. Dubov.
Demchenko. D.
Elis Kostas.
E. Einhorn. Engarn.
E. Erigaisi.
Okay, A I would go Aronian and E Irrigasi.
Okay, that's fine.
E. Erigaisi.
Sotowski. Emil. I mean, it's E.
We are back, and we now know who our second finalist is going to be for the Women's Speed Chess Championship 2026. It is, of course, Woman of the Hour, former 4 times Women's World Champion, also WSCC winner, Yifan. Yifan, congratulations on what was a really entertaining and very thrilling match.
Oh, thank you so much. Hi, everyone. Yeah, indeed, it was quite exciting. And also considering that compared to previous matches, we have like more time to play. Actually, I enjoy a lot of this process. But in the meantime, I do also realize that there are quite some up and downs. Even during the game, I feel like, oh, they're blunders. But anyway, the game just continues. So I feel like both of us were really missing some good chances. And I was lucky that, ended with, let's say, tiny advantage.
Right. Also, congratulations from me, Yifan. Perhaps the first question I could have from my part is, I did notice that you had a different preparation for 5+1 portion and 3+1 portion, because you would start Sicilian with d4 c6 and queen d4 in 5+1. And then in 3+1, you switch to knight takes on d4. Maybe there's a bit reasoning behind that.
So I think from this match, both of us were prepared. Well, if we call it prepare something, because to me, it was the opening repertoire that I used to play, that can still take into the consideration. But of course, for Sarah, she also played, some openings that within her knowledge, it can tell during the games. So I wouldn't take it like a serious prep, but of course that when you know whom you're going to play with the next round, you have some idea, at least to me, that like, okay, I'm thinking about like what might be the directions I would like to choose for the opening strategy. Although that they're kind of switch, but considering I'm an E4 player almost for all my chess career, and for Sicilian, I play both white and black. So of course if I can say that, I know something, but again, I think in the blitz, these kind of opening prep wouldn't really just decide the game. Although I would say that from our match today, there were few games that were quite critical right after the opening.
Yeah, and I was really impressed by the way that you handled the whole match, your match strategy, how aggressive you played. And you mentioned the preparation there and relying on your own knowledge. How much time went into actually building up this preparation?
Well, to be honest, for me, I didn't really spend a lot of time on it because, we had a kind of changing for the match time due to different reasons. And I know that we're supposed to finish maybe around the beginning of August, and somehow we have just this semifinal match that just happening. And for me, actually starting from this Monday, I have like 2 weeks nonstop, let's say, training session with the young players. So actually I have like all day calendar from 9 to 5, something like that. So I didn't really have a lot of time to practice. If we talk about that, it would be just like some lessons. But of course, as I mentioned, that I have played with Sarah many times for the last couple of years. Although I am not so active, but we face each other in some rapid blitz tournaments and so on. So we kind of know each other very well. Yeah, talking about that, actually, I think there was also an invitation tournament in Astana like a few years ago where she and her family organized. We also played there. So just when you know each other very well, I mean, chess-wise, you can just, enjoy the process. And since you mentioned like there were some, let's say, entertaining moments, I think that's probably because of our playing style. So personally, I consider that both of us are kind of relatively aggressive player. It seems like we both enjoy some dynamic positions, which you can tell through some of our decisions at the critical moments. So I think that's kind of making the match more exciting.
Yeah, speaking about those choices and your playing styles, this is the one thing I noticed, that you were switching in the open Sicilians between the long castle and the short castle. So in the very beginning of the match, you would go very often for the long castle and very aggressive approach at the king side. But then at some point, you seem to go back and go to the short castle. Like, what was the reasoning behind this?
Actually, before you mentioned that, I didn't realize, but after hearing what you said, I was trying to quickly reviewing, like, is that true? Yes, but probably that is because the opening decision. For example, when you play bishop e2 and you got this idea like bishop e3, knight d5, most likely you're supposed to castle short, right? But when you play like queen d4, queen d3, knight d4, f4, most likely it should be castle long. So there's nothing about the decision wasn't done by purpose, but just maybe because of this let's say opening choice.
Yeah. And well, it was very critical, and there was a lot of thrills and spills, and definitely a lot of ups and downs. And talking about ups and downs, it did look at during the bullet section that Bibisara was about to make a comeback. So I'm going to just piggyback on the question of Bubu55, who asks, did you have a moment of doubt when Bibisara started to make that comeback?
Well, I think overall the match is quite tight, no matter from the 5+1 segment or 3+1. I mean, at some moments, I think before the bullet, I got like +3, but still, if you take into the consideration of the games, it was quite, I would say, complicated. And when it goes to the bullet chat, there's no time for you even to consider like what's the situation now and how we supposed to deal with that, because literally there is one move by another, one game by another. And if you started to wonder what you have played before, how you made some blunders or mistakes, that would affect your next game. So for me, I'm just trying to, forget about anything that have happened and do not pay attention about the results and just play the games. That's why when we were playing the last round, because I didn't realize, I supposed to realize, but I didn't like +2, it should be okay when the game continues. And when she made the repetition, I was thinking like, what happened? And then I started to check this clock, and then I realized. So that's why, the entire match is basically followed by each game and each move. And back to the question, if any moment I'm doubt about it, I think maybe the bullet chess, because I felt like today Sarah played bullet chess just stronger than me, because for 1 or 2 games I completely blundered something. Yeah, there one game she got like bishop d2, knight c4, knight b2. Completely winning. Yeah, at that moment, I felt like, okay, things might be quite tricky.
Maybe one more question from me about time zones is that you were like quite far away from each other, because Sarah right now is in United States, I presume in St. Louis, preparing for the Cairns Cup, and you're in Beijing. So I didn't really count how many hours it is between you, but quite a lot. So paraphrasing also a question from the chat from Krishna21234, is morning the best time to play chess for you personally? And did you feel also you had the easier chance for you to play chess because you had like a very good morning, and for Sarah it was already pretty late evening?
Well, to be honest, I've played a lot of women's speed chess, and this is, if I'm right, this is the first time I play in the morning. Most likely, the match starts in the evening. Okay, maybe early evening or late, as you say, due to the time zones, as we're most likely playing with the players based in Europe or maybe US, right? And this time, I actually quite appreciate for the organizer trying to adjust all these much time with different time zones. I know it's not so easy. And back to the question, for me, I think morning should be better, because anyway, nowadays my daily routine is starting from 8 or 9 a.m. in the morning, so I'm quite used to that. But if you start like, let's say, late in the evening, and when it goes to the midnight, that somehow for me is a bit harder. But in the meantime, I know that there are other players who are more like, have a fresh mind in the late evening, compared to 7 or 8 a.m. in the morning. So it really depends. As most of the games, OTB tournaments, they started in the afternoon. And talking about this, I remember something that when we used to have China League for the first few years, sometimes the last day we always start the early morning rounds, let's say 8:30 or 9 a.m. And I know that some players, especially if they come from the Europe and they're being invited playing here, they complain because the early morning in China will be the midnight. So that's why, I mean, I know most of the players probably do not enjoy so much about the morning games, but to me, I'm fine.
Yeah, well, it certainly didn't impact your chess playing in the morning. And one thing that you mentioned is that you're now a professor at, I believe, Beijing University. And I remember last year that your students were cheering for you and watching your games. Were they cheering for you and watching this one?
Actually, yes. Even yesterday, I received the message from my students, and talking about my students, actually, I'm very happy that they have been invited and going to play the university team championship in Armadi. Actually, going to start in the next 1 or 2 days, and I won't be able to come this time. And the students are just going to participate by themselves. But in general, I thought this is really a great chance for our university team to play with, not only the top universities, but also the chess traditional universities. As you may see the list, they're quite good teams, even with grandmasters. So they're quite excited about that.
My question is about the upcoming final, because you are facing Alice Lee in finals, who defeated the reigning world champion Zhu Wenjun in a dominating fashion. So maybe there's actually 2 questions. So the question number 1, did you follow this match against Zhu Wenjun, and what are your impressions about Alice Lee? And the second part of the question is, what do you expect from the final?
Well, I mean, I have to admit that I didn't really follow the match because there are a lot of the matches happening, and I just got some time to quickly check my opponent's games. So not yet, but I'm sure that I will check later. And talking about Alice, of course, I've heard about her, but if not mistaken, that we haven't played with each other before. I mean, for sure, OTB events, but online, I think not. But I'm very happy to see a lot of great players from younger generation there. They're showing their great performance and the potential. So personally, I'm looking forward to the match.
And we're very excited about it too. Now, Yifan, you're a big fan favorite. And I just have one final question for you. It's from Celestial. He asks, what is one quote or proverb that resonates with you and why?
What is one quote or proverb that... I didn't really understand this question, sorry.
Do you have a quote, any kind of a quote that helps you in tough moments or anything that you tell yourself?
Just like a kind of, I don't know if I understand correctly, like a kind of special sentence that to cheer you up or whatever, something special, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, thank you, because I see the second half, best of luck. I like that one. But to me, I mean, I'm not a kind of person that do have a kind of habit, because I know some players, for example, before the games, they have a kind of favorite habit or whatever. But to me, I'm a kind of person that I feel like, as I say many times, chess is just a part of life. I enjoy the whole process, but in the meantime, there's still like life apart from chess. So that's why I'm just quite enjoying the process and do not have any special quote for the chess tournament. But if for life, I think I'm always the kind of person who like to follow the inner side, follow your own heart, and then make decisions.
Oh, that's what's good life advice. Follow your heart and also enjoy the journey. It's something that we've certainly enjoyed watching your games. Thank you very much for joining us, and congratulations, Yifan, on making it all the way through to the Women's Speed Chess Championship final. Wow, it's nearly been 1 month in the making, and here we have it. This is it. Alice Lee, 16 years old, will face off against one of the legends in females chess, Yifan. She's a 4-time Women's World Champion. She's won the Women's Speed Chess Championship 2 times, amongst many other achievements. And this is what the whole event has been building for artists.
Yeah, it's going to be a really amazing matchup. Youth versus legend and experience. It's very hard to predict how it's going to go. But one thing, Yovi, I'm absolutely sure it's not going to disappoint. And it's going to be a lot of exciting chess. And I can't wait.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think there's going to be a lot of fireworks. It's going to be a showstopper of an event. And I think a very fitting finale to what has been a tremendous month of chess. Now, we don't have the final date just quite yet sorted. But don't you worry, everyone, because even though the players have yet to agree on the time and the date, you can just sync everything with your calendars and everything will be sorted and done for you, because this one is going to be unmissable. You have to mark your calendars and you have to make sure that you are there. And you can do that via the chess.com/schedule, or you can sync your calendar to find out when it's going down. And well, Artis, I gotta say, it has been an epic day or rather not epic day, because the day is just beginning for us. It's been an epic morning of chess. It's been the perfect start to the day. It's been sacrifices, entertainment, bullet frenzies, absolutely everything.
Yeah, all of that you mentioned, Yoey. So once again, it was a pleasure to be here. And also thanks to you, Yovi, the producer, Ryan, who is in the background, and everybody else who made this event happen. And of course, all the viewers who are following this. And I hope that you're going to be around to watch this in the final to determine who's going to take down the Women's Peaches Championship of 2026. We're going to see.
We're going to see, but one thing is for sure, the final showdown is locked in, the stage is set, and history is about to be made. Artis, thank you once again for all of your insights, your wisdom, and of course the entertainment. Thank you everyone at home for watching. It has been quite the ride. And to all of you, I say good night, good morning, or good evening, wherever you are in the world. Until the final, we'll see you then. Goodbye.